is in his 5th term since April 2020, representing the state of Assam in the Rajya Sabha. Sri Kalita, an advocate by profession, has a distinguished political career, having served for 4 terms in this August House, 1984 to 90, 1990 to 96, 2008 to 14, 2014 to 19, and as a member of Lok Sabha, 1998 to 99. The suggestion is noted by me. I'll confer with the leader of the House and leader of the opposition for that. He has been a cabinet minister in the government of Assam 2002-2004, during his tenure in the Assam Legislative Assembly 2001 to 2006. Honorable members, I had the great privilege and honor to be guided by him when I got into Parliament in 1989 and shared that period along with him, though he was in the other house. A seasoned parliamentarian, Sri Kalita, and ever smiling, full of positivity, has contributed significantly through active participation in debates, deliberations, and discussions in the House. He is widely traveled and has represented India in many global fora. Married to Srimati Ritika Kalita, an ex-IAS officer who has served in various capacities in Assam as well as in Delhi. Their son, Sri Siddharth Kalita, is also an advocate by profession. Sri Damodar Rao Divakonda, distinguished member of this House since June 2022, his first term representing state of Telangana. He founded the renowned newspaper Namaste Telangana and Telangana Today, and was a key founding member of the T News channel, which played a pivotal role in the Telangana statehood movement. Shri Damodar Rao Divakonda is married to Srimati Sarupa Rani, and the couple is blessed with son Raghav and daughter Gautami. Honorable members, on my own and your behalf, I wish the honorable members a long, healthy, and happy life, and extend greetings to their family members and friends. Papers to be laid on the table. Sri Pratap Rao Jadhav.
Honorable Chairman, sir, with your permission, I lay on the table of the House papers mentioned against my name at serial number 2A in today's list of business.
Sri Pankaj Chaudhary.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I lay on the table of the House papers mentioned against my name at serial number 2B in today's list of business.
Dr. L. Murugan.
Honorable Chairman, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House on behalf of my colleague Santanu Thakur, the paper mentioned against his name at serial number 2 in today's revised list of business.
Laying of CAG reports, Sri Pankaj Chaudhary.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I lay on the table a copy each in English and Hindi of the following reports under clause 1 of article 151 of the Constitution. The paper is mentioned against my name at serial number 22 in today's list of business.
Report of the Department Related Parliamentary Steering Committee on External Affairs, Dr. John Bitas.
Respected sir, I lay on the table a copy in English and Hindi of the sixth report of the Department Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs on Indian diaspora overseas, including NRIs, PIOs, OCIs, and migrant workers, all aspects of their conditions and welfare, including the status of immigration. Thank you, sir.
Reports of the Committee on Welfare of Other Backward Classes, Susri Kavita Patidar.
माननीय सभा
Honorable Chairman, sir, I lay on the table a copy each in English and Hindi of the reports of the Committee on Welfare of Other Backward Classes, the 5th, 6th, and 7th report of the Committee 2020-25, as mentioned against my name in today's list of business.
By Minister Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivas Verma.
Respected Chairman, sir, I lay the statement on the table of the House pertaining to Ministry of Steel mentioned against my name at serial number 5 in the list of business for today, the 1st April 25. Thank you.
Honorable members, in addition to the existing members on the panel of vice chairpersons, I have nominated Shri Birender Prasad Beshe and Shri M. Mohammad Abdullah to the panel of vice chairpersons. Honorable members, 12 notices have been received under Rule 267. Professor Ram Gopal Yadav, Shri Javed Ali Khan have demanded discussion over the alleged threat and attempt to attack on the residence of a former UA minister and a sitting member of Rajya Sabha at Agra by some anti-social elements. The notices of Srimati Sagarika Ghosh, Shri Saket Gokhale, Shri Mohammad Nadimul Haq, Susri Dola Sen, Susri Sushmita Dev have demanded discussion over the alleged lapse of Election Commission in issuance of multiple duplicate electors' photo identity cards across the states. The notices of Shri A.A. Rahim, Dr. John Britas, Shri P.P. Sunil, and Shri Santosh Kumar P. have demanded discussion over the alleged threat to freedom of expression by deliberate and malicious attack on the movie L2 Ampuran. Ampura. Yes. What he says will go on record. He knows it. Thank you. The notice of Sri P. Wilson demands discussion over the alleged non-disbursement of pending wages under Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme by the Union Government. Honorable members, nothing will go on record. Please, please, please. You see, I have spoken on a number of occasions. Let us exemplify our conduct, worth emulation by all. Honorable members, some of the issues have been deliberated. Some of the issues are being reiterated, in respect of which directive of the chair has emanated. Taking a view, overall view, all these notices do not merit acceptance. I will be open to the honorable members. I will be open to the honorable members to take recourse to other mechanisms with an assurance they will be accommodated. One second. One second. There's a point of order by Susri Dola Singh.
Sir, I have one point of order.
One second.
Under rule,
1 second. I am amazed that you are raising point of order by taking recourse to your electronic equipment as if you are already prepared for it. Go ahead.
thank you, sir, for appreciation. Sir, I have one point of order, sir, under Rule 267. For a discussion on duplicate EPIC voter IDs, 4 of us, on behalf of All India Trinamool Congress, had given notices under Rule 267 on Friday, the last week. You had said you would give a ruling, but no ruling was given, sir. Sir, notices under 267 were not called out on Friday. I am humbly requesting your ruling for Friday.
Honorable,
Thank you, sir.
no, in any case, members often use this as a parliamentary practice to invite attention of the chair. The ruling will come. And ruling will come also on this. Matters. Please take your seat. Take your seat. Please. Nothing will go on record. Nothing. Only, one second. Take your seat. Please take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable members, 1 second. I will make it Sanjay Rao ji. I'll make it participatory. Please take your seat. Let me first dispose of this. Let me deal with the issue. Honorable members, this kind of tactics is not in consonance with healthy parliamentary practice. Premeditated, deliberated, raising it on multiple occasions, chair having decided the same issue, and look at the level of casual attitude. I invited attention of the House that one of the members, Sagarika Ghosh, she wanted proceedings to be suspended for an earlier date. That was attitude. On 25th or 26th March, she wanted proceedings of 20th of March to be suspended. And this was at 2 places. Now, if that is the attention you are paying to parliamentary work, and that is how you wish to seek traction of a narrative, I'm sure there will not be many people to favor it. I strongly urge the members, you are very intellectual, all of you. Please let us not take it to that ridiculous level. Same day, same thing. A view has been taken by me thoughtfully in accordance with rules, and every time faced with the same situation. I had to say that even artificial intelligence does not help me to suspend that meeting which has already taken place. And the point of order raised by Susri Dola Sen, Friday, I said I'll come with my ruling. And I have just taken the seat. Now just imagine, if I have to act with the earliest of speed, it could be during course of the day. I urge all of you, you have your political stance, you are well within your rights, but let us take recourse only to rules. One second. One second. I will not open the discussion. Sorry. Professor Ram Gopal Yadav, and all of you take seat. All of you take your seat, please. I'm very happy.
Sir,
Professor Ram Gopal Yadav ji.
Friday को
On Friday, I had given a notice for today, and subsequently also some incidents took place. Yesterday itself, one person from Aligarh said, and all that is on social media, all that is in newspapers, that if somebody murders Ramji Lal Suman, 25 lakh rupees would be given to him. And if I get 25 lakh rupees, I'll do that. So such incidents are taking place every day. So, and that is why I wanted to raise this issue. If there is a threat to some MP's life, will you not take it seriously? From this side, you allowed many honorable members to abuse Ramji Lal Sumanji. Ramji Lal Sumanji was not given an opportunity to raise his issue. And the Parliamentary Affairs Minister can speak whenever he likes. Nobody has any objection to that. But other honorable members also said whatever they wanted to. See, the people who are threatening,
ये जो धमकी देने
the people who are threatening, we know who they are. So what we want to say to you and to the House through you is, Leader of the Opposition,
Yes, sir.
सर जब सदस्य
Sir, when the honorable member gave notice and you permitted, then if somebody rises and if he goes against it, this person never talks like that. So when this person talks about this security, wants to talk about this security and his life is in peril, then if he wants to bring this to the notice of the House, then why are they miffed? We would ask him.
Santosh Kumar P.
Sir, 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 so, sir,
Please.
sir, our notice, I mean,
Please speak out.
four of us from Kerala have already given a notice under Rule 267.
No,
Strictly-
nothing will go on record. Absolutely no. I will not withstand. I am so sorry. Please take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Having decided nothing, Shri Mallikarjun Khadge, Shri Mallikarjun Khadge, concern over delay in conducting the decennial census, please.
सभापति जी
Honorable Chairman, sir, in our country, in every 10 years, the census that takes place, it started in 1881. Despite the adverse situations and war, this did take place in 1931. It took place on 26th of 1931 and it's did go on for a year. And during that, the caste-wise census was also carried out. Before this, Mahatma Gandhi had said that as we need to undergo periodic medical examination, in the same way, the country's most important examination is census. Census is a very important thing. People in huge numbers engage in that and take the population census, family status, socioeconomic conditions, and they have to examine many parameters. During the World War II and in 1971-72 during the Indo-Pak War, the census did take place, but it is unfortunate that it is for the first time in history that the government has delayed it in a record manner. If you want that the census should take place, the caste-wise census is also possible because you do collect the SC/ST data. You can also collect the data of other castes, but the caste-wise census and the census, the general census, the government is sleeping on it. The world, even after Corona, have successfully carried out the census. When would the census take place in India? It is not clear. In this year's budget, only 575 crore has been allocated for this. It seems the government is trying to evade this, and if there is delay in census, there are far-reaching consequences of that. This Tughlaki policy, it seems, is being done. The Family Health Survey, the Periodical Labor Survey, National Food Security Act, National Social Assistance Program, all these and the other welfare schemes do depend on the census. Due to the delay, lakhs of people in the world, in this country, they are not able to get the benefits of the schemes that the government brings in. There is no credible data to get the benefits of the schemes, and you cannot do new work if you do not have the exact statistics. I I request the government that the census should take place immediately, and both these census should take place immediately. Thank you.
Sir, I thank you for giving me an opportunity to bring to the attention of the government an issue which I'm sure will have the support of the
Please
entire
listen
House.
to him. Please
Sir,
listen to him.
sir,
I have noted your request. I'll come back. Please listen to him.
Sir,
Sujit.
sir, April, the month of April is Autism Awareness Month. And 2nd of April, that is tomorrow, it is the Autism Awareness Day. Sir, autism incidence is rising globally and India is no exception. Sir, currently about 1.5% of children and youth in India suffer from autism. It's also called ASD, Autism Spectrum Disorder. And sir, it is the #1 pediatric concern for parents. And I take this opportunity to sir, salute all the parents who have autistic kids, and I express the solidarity with all those parents. Sir, in 2016, Honorable Prime Minister launched a visionary scheme called UDID, Unique Disability ID, which was, sir, a recognized proof of disability issued by the government, and also it helped to create a database, national database of differentially abled persons, and also, sir, helped all the parents to access government schemes. Sir, and again, sir, I compliment the government for running various schemes to support individuals with ASD, such as Nirmaya, Aspiration, Gyan Prabha, Samarth, Gharonda, and Udyam Prabha. Sir, however, sir, it has been brought to my notice by many parents who have autistic children that, sir, obtaining a UDID card is very, very cumbersome. Sir, currently there is a 6-stage process to obtain the UDID card, which is extremely complex. And sir, I understand that this 6-stage process has been done to bring transparency and efficiency in the obtaining of the ID card and also in availing of the government benefits, because we don't want duplicate and don't want fake beneficiaries. So it is understandable, sir. However, sir, many parents of autistic kids cannot submit to this complex process. Because, sir, unlike kids with other disabilities, autistic kids do not tolerate crowds, they do not tolerate different environment, they do not tolerate, sir, hospitals. And, sir, this is depriving the parents of the intended benefits which the kids could have. And sir, it compounds to their stress and suffering. So sir, and also sir, there is a very long waiting process, and also very few hospitals are there which offer the certification process. So sir, through you, I would like to request very humbly to the government, sir, the following things. One is to, sir, set up these certification camps in all Anganwadis, mainstream schools, NIS centers, MCH centers, and normal schools also, sir, so that parents of autistic kids can go to these places and obtain the certification with minimum hassles and avail all the benefits. Secondly, sir, government should make this announcement in all its websites, in the websites of all the departments, so that there is wider publicity and dissemination. And finally, sir, government should rope in
Leader of the House, unique disability ID card is an affirmative scheme. I had the occasion to inaugurate one of the high excellence autism school, and having noticed at my level also with many representations, this unique disability ID card is very essential for extension of governmental benefits. Now, if these children go to the hospital, a different environment, daunting environment, and autism, unlike dyslexia and others, is virtually lifelong. Tomorrow is the day. I would urge that facilitation mechanism be indicated. One way could be the team could go to such institutes or such places where there is grouping of such kind of people. This will go a long way in realizing very well thought out scheme that has been in vogue now for about 8-9 years. So tomorrow is the day where you can contemplate of unfolding a scheme so that these people, and the number is large, number is around 30 million, they get the benefit fastest. Dr. Radha Mohan Das Agarwal need to improve nutrition quality of food under midday meal program.
माननीय सभापति
Honorable Chairman, sir. Midday meal is a very important and appreciating scheme.
Yes, Tiruchi.
Sir, you are the custodian of this house, means the rules as well as the members of parliament. Mr. Ram Gopal Yadav has raised a very genuine concern about the threat to the life of a member of this house, sir. We have to take cognizance and render justice.
Honorable members, I had the painful duty on the last occasion to indicate that when in the burst of emotion, an honorable member exceeds decorum, there is a mechanism of rectification. The observations made by the honorable member were expunged. They were hurtful to chivalry, patriotism of a great son of the soil. Now, the observations having been expunged, the minimum respect a member can pay is not to reiterate them. The reiteration of the same that has taken place is something on which honorable members need to think about. Secondly, I am sure security of every citizen and a member is important, and those concerned will take all steps in that direction, no doubt about it. But these are issues where we need to moderate the temperature, make the climate little more wholesome, and societal dysfunction is contained. I made a fervent appeal on that day also. But reiteration, that was very in aggravating form. I would urge the honorable member to contemplate and appeal to Professor Ram Gopal Yadav to bring his good influence as a very veteran parliamentarian, that let us bring quietus to this issue. And quietus can be brought about only by respecting the chair. And the chair had found those observations unacceptable. I leave it to your wisdom. As regards security, every member's security is important, and we need to function on that. Let us not expand the debate now. I would have accommodated Jaji, but I don't want to expand the debate now. Then ma'am, rules. Right now, we have to take listed matters. But send a chit to me, and we'll accommodate whatever you have to say under the permissible route. Dr. Radha Mohan Agarwal.
Sabhapati Mahoday.
Honorable Chairman, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir. I am deeply in gratitude to Honorable PM that he incorporated all the members in that. And under this, the logistics, transport, and the cost of kitchen that is provided by the government, and the 60% of what is there for the cost of making food is borne by the government. But I would like to present forth a few statistics, and it is regarding the malnutrition of children in Bhopal. 55% of the children are wasted, 60% in Karnataka, 52% in Bangalore are malnourished. In Allahabad, it's 51.3%. In Vellore, it is 83%. In Bareilly, UP is 38.4%. Karimnagar, Telangana is 29.4%. Kajikode, Kerala, 86.3%. In West Bengal, it is 22.8%. Lucknow, it is 57%. In Kurnool, it is 63%. In West Bengal, 7.7%. In Himachal Pradesh 21.3%, in Ahmedabad 29.44%, Garhwal 7.9%, Behrampur Orissa 69%, Santhal Pargana 38.65%. These are the statistics which say that when this midday meal had started, it must have been very effective. I would not like to question anybody's motive, but this is a centrally sponsored scheme, and the different state mechanisms have to implement it. I feel that for a long time now, this scheme that has been running, which once was very effective, is waning these days, and the malnutrition that must have gone down, it has not been able to do so. The health of the children are those that show off the future of those. So I request the central government that it talks to the state government to call for a collective meeting, and how this scheme should be implemented in a better way. If the machinery is not able to send food in a proper manner, then there should be an alternate mechanism. And the change that is observed in the children health, we have provided the statistics as per the stats got from the medical fraternity, and the malnutrition that we find, we should bring in the important changes that are required for that.
Vasnik ji demand to repeal Mahabodhi Bihar Act of 1949.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. 12th February 2021. Since that time, the Bodh Mahasangh has protested that the Mahabodhi Mahavihar should be handed over to the Buddhist. It is a very important place. 2500 years back, Siddhartha Gautam got enlightenment here. Emperor Ashok came up with a Bodh Vihar here, and during an excavation, this came to the front. Since then, it has been a tourist attraction, and it shows the way for enlightenment. Tathagat gave the message of peace and humanity from this place itself. So, Bodh Gaya is treated as a symbol of peace and humanity in the world. The attraction of the Buddhists, Bodh Gaya, we w- witness people flocking to that place in large numbers. The Mahabodhi Mahavihar is under the control of the non-Buddhists. So the Bodh Gaya Mukti movement is not only getting support in Bodh Gaya, but it is getting support globally. Many organizations have supported this, and it is very important at the global level also. VT Act and 1949, under this, the temple committee, in this there are only 4 Buddhists and 5 Hindus are there. India is a secular country, and there are many people of different religions and castes. The constitution gives freedom to all, be it the temple, mosque, or gurudwara. They have all the independence, and they only get the members of their religious for their concerned religious places. So why is it different for the Buddhist? And this is what they are doing. There was a change in this rule, and I would like to put forth in this house and request the central government that in 1939, the BT Act that is there, it should be done away with, it should be repealed. And in place of that, the demand of the Buddhists should be kept in mind, and a new law should come up. This is my request.
ICO need to review the recent guidelines issued by RBI on repayment terms of jewel loans to mitigate the significant impact on the vulnerable sections of society.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, it has become essential for people to take jewel loans from banks and cooperative banks and non-banking financial companies for their emergency cash needs. The poor people, farmers, small businessmen in micro, small, medium units depend heavily on jewel loans for their immediate needs. If you pledge your jewel with pawnbroker or commission agent, you have to pay higher interest. Due to this, many people get jewel loans from banks as the interest is reasonable and risk is not involved. However, because of the new guidelines issued by the RBI, with stringent guidelines for remortgage by jewel borrowers, the borrowers are deeply worried. The present norm is at the end of tenure of the jewel loan period, the borrower can pay the interest only and remortgage the jewels for further period without paying the principal amount. The new notification issued by RBI says the jewels pledged in the bank can be returned after full payment, both principal and interest. At the same time, the same jewels can be remortgaged only the next day and cannot be pledged on the same day. So the poor people, farmers, have to turn over the entire amount, which is putting lot of financial strain and mental strain on the borrowers. The option to re-pledge the jewels for loan by paying interest only was more beneficial to the poor people. For example, a person who has taken a loan of rupees 2 lakh can pay back the interest only, and he can repledge the jewel for another tenure in the earlier system. Now the compliance of these conditions would create a situation of informal credit or borrowing from private individuals, pawnbrokers and commission agents at higher rate of interest at the exploitation of farmers and other borrowers. I am given to understand that RBI wanted a more transparent and fair lending environment, and that is why issued this guideline. But it is like throwing the baby with bathwater. I would therefore urge upon the Honorable Finance Minister to intervene in the matter and ensure that new guidelines for jewel loans are withdrawn and the old norms are followed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. K. Lakshman, concern over the sale of 400 acres of land belonging to Hyderabad University.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir, for allowing me to speak on this most important, sensitive, and concern of this Telangana people today. the Congress government in Telangana has decided to auction 400 acres of land claimed by University of Hyderabad, a prestigious central university. The University of Hyderabad established in 1974 and allotted 2,300 acres, but till now there is no demarcation took place. The move not only undermining the rights of central institution, but also raises serious questions about environmental and conservation and governance. This land put to auction includes ecologically sensitive areas such as the Mushroom Rock and other biodiversity rich zones near University's East Campus. Sir, unfortunately, on the most prestigious, this campus, on festival day, in midnight, this government had made to see that bulldozers with heavy police bandobast, they have ravaged the forests, lakes, habitants, and they are now the entire student community is in unrest in the campuses. The Congress government claims sustainable development, but how can destroying Hyderabad's green lungs and education institutions be sustainable? बार-बार जो कांग्रेस ने कहती कि
time and again, Congress government is saying that.
the university has declared war on the students, sir. They are put to suppression, sir. The future of students is at stake. Is this how democracy functions under Congress rule? Even today, our BJP MLAs tried to visit that disputed place. They have been house arrested since early morning, sir. Yes, please, sir. There's no till now. There's no demarcation took place, sir, and it's a purely environmental sensitive and biodiversity land, sir. So I urge the House to take cognizance of this issue. The auction must be stopped immediately and the ownership is clearly established and environmental concerns are addressed. Let us not allow Hyderabad's heritage and greenery to be bulldozed for short-term gains. For the sake of your Revadi's announcements, you are unable to now fulfill the promises. Now you are putting to auction all the governments in Telangana. This is how now in Telangana, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Samvidhan nahi lagu ho raha.
So Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar's constitution is not being implemented in the state of Telangana. Only Rahul Gandhi ji's fancies are being implemented there.
Sending MGNREGS funds to the state of Tamil Nadu.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Today, my 0-hour subject is demand for release of outstanding MGNREGS fund to Tamil Nadu, sir. Sir, I rise to bring the attention of this August House a critical issue affecting the rural livelihoods in Tamil Nadu, sir. The Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, MGNREGS, has been a lifeline for our over 91 lakh workers in the state. It to be noted that 86% of employment is provided to women workers and nearly 29% of workers belong to SC/ST households, sir. However, the Tamil Nadu has been facing severe challenges due to the delay in the release of the outstanding wages due to this vital scheme, sir. The funds amounting nearest to 4,000 crore are pending with the union government was as the wages for workers under MGNREGS for past 4.5 months as on 1st April 2025. This delay have caused a huge financial distress to lakhs of weak rural household depend on the timely payments under the scheme, sir. Tamil Nadu Finance Minister has already met the Union Finance Minister and submitted a representation requesting the immediate release of these dues. Early, the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu had also returned to the Honorable Prime Minister on 13 January 2025, urging to release the pending wages due to amounting nearest to 2,985 crores and to sanction the state request to increase the labor budget. This delay in releasing funds not only disturbs the livelihoods of the rural workers, but also affects the implementation of this flagship program in Tamil Nadu. The situation demands urgent attention and action from the union government, sir. Therefore, I urge the union government to release the pending MGNREGS dues of 4,000 crore to Tamil Nadu and also approve the proposal to revise and increase the labor budget, ensuring sustained the employment opportunities for rural work, sir. Sir, last Saturday, sir, last Saturday, the MGNREGS workers are protest front of the Black Panchayat office in Tamil Nadu, sir. So I request, sir, in my constitution, the tribal peoples, tribal worker and SC/ST workers are very struggled. Please save the livelihood, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sri Iran Kadadi demand for legal protection to stop any fund diversion of scheduled caste subplan and tribal subplan.
धन्यवाद महोदय.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you have given me opportunity to speak on this important subject, sir. Today, sir, through this August House, I wish to raise this issue that what is happening in state of Telangana and the administrative control of the state government. And sir, I wish to have attention of the August House, the government and the country towards that. 5 election guarantees were given by a state government there before coming to power. It is Congress party. But so now these 5 guarantees are imposing 52,000 crore burden over the exchequer of the state. So because this is a huge financial liability over the state government and they are not having financial headroom for fulfilling their promises. So SC, CSP and the TSP funds are being utilized for fulfilling these promises, and SC, CST and other sorts of funds which are 37,642 crore, and out of this total corpus, 28% of this total corpus is being utilized for fulfilling of these promises. So this is not only about economical injustice, it is also about non-compliance of the constitutional promises, the constitutional assurances. So, sir, this is also an infringement of 2013 Act, and that Act mandates and necessarily requires state government to utilize this 28% fund for this purpose only. Now, because this financial resource is being utilized for other purposes, and this is infringing upon the rights of these sections, especially SC and ST classes. This is also an infringement of their constitutional rights, rights of tribal people, rights of disadvantaged people, and these all rights, these all assurances are given in Constitution by Baba Bhim Rao Ambedkar. So, because this is not happening in the state, of Karnataka, then a specific community has been given 4% reservation in the state government contracts. That initiative is also infringing upon the rights of ST people, SC people, and other disadvantaged people. And when the BJP MLAs raised their voice in the State Assembly of Karnataka, then these MLAs were suspended for a long period of time. So, sir, this is also an infringement of their constitutional rights. So, sir, because all these happenings are happening there in the state of Karnataka, so I demand that this fund, which is earmarked for very specific purposes, that should be utilized for that purpose only. Mr. Karadi, whatever you have said here in house, you have to authenticate them as well.
Chadha
Raghav Chadha ji.
in the country.
Sir, हम भारत के लोग
Sir, we people of India, we say judiciary as the temple of justice. And when common people go to the door of judiciary, then they deem as if they have reached the house of God, as if they have reached the temple. And they also understand, they also perceive that no injustice will be meted out to them. So, sir, judiciary has stood the test of time. But, sir, there are some happenings in the country which are also concerning people of country. As we have seen electoral reforms, police reforms, educational reforms, it seems that judicial reforms are also required in the country. But these reforms should be such which make judiciary of the country more robust and more strengthened, from appointment of the judges up to the time of their retirement, sir. we have seen many times that there are some lacunas, there are some weaknesses in the collegiate system. Then, sir, Law Commission report is here before us, and we are having National Judicial Appointment Commission happening as well. That act was also passed by Parliament of India. So, sir, we need to see, and the collegiate system perhaps introspect about themselves. We need to understand that, they need to understand that in what way merit, seniority, and other sorts of more pertinent points can be taken into account when recruitment is happening. So, sir, the designation of and recruitment of judiciary was happening with a very opaque system previously. When somebody is to become senior advocate, sir, nowadays there is very transparent system now. There is that system in place, and sir, on the basis of the judgment and the basis of the numbers and the merit points received by a candidate is given position of senior advocate. So, sir, if that is also made to happen in the recruitment of judges, then the people's trust will increase in judiciary. And sir, we are also finding that judges are being given posts of executive nature, being given posts of other nature after their retirement from the judiciary. It has given rise to a position of clash of interests. So, sir, because as we are having Article 148 of the Constitution with us, which says that Controller and Auditor General of India cannot be given any government position after retirement from that position. So, sir, in the same way, if not absolute restriction, then some sort of limited time embargo, limited type cooling off period should be put in place for the recruitment of retired judges. If that is done, sir, then that will become a touchstone, then that will become a milestone in the march of Indian judiciary's evolution. And because, sir, people deem judges as their gods, so, sir, that is something which is required.
Of children's education in India.
Thank you, sir. Today, I want to address a critical issue impacting millions of families across India: the rising cost of education in metro cities and the deteriorating condition of government schools. Education is a fundamental right, yet for many, it is becoming increasingly inaccessible. Recent surveys reveal that the Indian parents spend an average of rupees 40,000 to 2 lakhs annually at the LKG and nursery level, with costs going up to 2 lakhs rupees. Tier 1 cities. Additionally, families spend an average of 16,000 rupees per year on after-school education like tuition, coaching, etc. These costs put an immense financial burden on middle class and lower middle class, making quality education a privilege rather than a right. While private education costs soar, government schools, which are meant to provide affordable education, are failing in their purpose. The annual status of education report, Rural 2024, shows that the enrollment in government schools for children aged 6 to 14 has dropped from 72.9% in 2022 to 66.8% in 2024. This suggests the parents, even though struggling financially, prefer private schools over government institutions due to poor infrastructure, lack of trained teachers, and inadequate resources. Instead of being center of learning, many government schools are struggling with basic facilities like clean drinking water, functional classrooms, and digital education tools, etc. This forces parents into a difficult choice: either pay exorbitant fees for school fees or risk their child's future in underfunded government schools. Sir, to bridge this gap, the UPA government has brought in the Right to Education (RTE) Act in 2009, which includes an important provision that mandates 25% reservation for children from economically weaker section (EWS) and disadvantaged groups in private schools. This law ensures that underprivileged children have access to quality education alongside their peers from higher income backgrounds. However, in many states, implementation remains weak due to the poor monitoring and lack of awareness among parents. Schools often resist admitting EWS students, and financial reimbursement from the government are delayed. Strengthening the enforcement of this provision is crucial to making education more inclusive and reducing inequality. Recently, sir, in Hindu paper, our leaders, Congress CPP leader Sonia Gandhi ji has written about this.
Thank you. माननीय श्री मनोज कुमार झा जी,
Honorable Manoj Kumar Jha ji.
need to strengthen law enforcement mechanisms.
Shukriya, sir.
Thank you, sir. Basically, sir, I'm not going into any formality, but sir, since last some time, and I was having intention to raise this issue here in the August House, and sir, I'm bringing one book with me. This is about Story of Final Solution, Mobilization. This is the title of this book. And sir, hate crimes and hate acts which are happening in the country, and these happenings are making small players, they are turning small players into big players, and this sort of scenario is prevailing in the country, and we have actually normalized hatred in the country, and all sort of regulatory mechanisms which we are having in the country, we do have them, but they are inadequate. There we have National Human Rights Commission, we have National Minority Commission, other commissions are also there. But I will like to say that all these hate crimes, all these hate speeches, all these hate acts which are happening in our country, they are totally making environment poisonous. And it is not the case that we are having such sort of happening there in Bosnia as well. We are seeing them in Rwanda as well. And I don't want my country to be part of that list where Rwanda is there, where Bosnia is there. Nobody sitting here is wanting that. When we are having our festivities, then it is not about sweets, it is not about the new clothes. People are thinking that their festivity should pass without any accident, without any hate crime, and this is something which has normalized in Indian systems. This was there in the old books of history, but very incidents of this history are now being dug out, and we are making them narrative of the day. And even if we are having our problems, we should try to forget them, and we should not allow these difficulties of the past to become distances of the present. And so we have to come out of these barriers, and I'm thankful for this opportunity.
Question number 316, Shri Rita Brata Banerjee.
Question number 316.
Honorable Minister.
एक विवरण सभा पटल पर रख।
So the statement has been laid on the table of the House.
Rita Brata Banerjee.
Thank you, sir. Sir, a crucial factor that determines the demand for any currency is the demand among foreigners. For since foreigners will first have to purchase the local currency before they can purchase goods and assets. High demand for a country's goods and assets translates to high demand for its currency. Between January 2023 and March 24, foreign portfolio investors pulled out nearly $15 billion from Indian equity markets, leading to a significant pressure on rupee. Sir, through you, I want to know from the government, can the government provide a detailed breakup of sector-wise foreign portfolio investors' outflows and their correlation with the depreciation of our rupee?
Honorable Minister.
सभापति महोदय।
Honorable Chairman, as the Honorable Minister asked about the breakup, that the devaluation of money has been met, and there are several reasons behind the depreciation of money. And through you, I'd like to tell the Minister that the nature of this portfolio, commonly it is by fly-by-night. And FBI in the past few months, if they have booked some profit in the market, and it displays the confidence. And if you were to see the data of past 10 years, then the foreign investors has increased, the confidence increased in our domestic market. And after October, the share of money that they have pulled out, if we were to see the March, then 3.84% has also been returned. And the way they are coming back, the trend has already started. And I would like to inform the Honorable Minister, and this is a continuous process. And most importantly, that our financial market has become all the more strengthened.
Shri Rita Brata Banerjee.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the RBI has been using its dollar reserves to prop up the value of the rupee by artificially increasing the supply of dollars in foreign exchange market. Sir, India's current account deficit, CAD, widened to 1.2% of our GDP in Q3 of financial year 2024. Through you, sir, I want to know from the government what policy measures has the government explored to stabilize our currency. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairman, what Honorable Minister has asked about current account deficit, I would like to inform him that in the past 2 years, current account deficit has been on a decline. And due to COVID, if we were to see the 20 to 23 data, then it was 66.2%, and 20 to 24 it is $26.1. And in 24-25, if you look at the data, then $21.5 billion. And through long-term measures, the government is boosting the import in several sectors so that CAD can be reduced. And if you to look at the data from January, RBI has consistently been taking measures that 25% of Indians have allowed the people to open an account. And from December 24, the interest of FMCR, they have also allowed that. And through FPI limits, and in order to convert it into FDI reserves, a framework has also been issued. And through auto route, the foreign investments had also been increased, and the outlay of dollar, in order to increase it, is several long-term measures are also being taken.
Dr. Sikandar Kumar.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. With your permission, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister that what is the present status of rupee in comparison to US dollar? Is there any appreciation or depreciation in the value of rupee in comparison to US dollar for the last 2 years?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairman, sir, through you, I'd like to inform the Honorable Minister that that the economy of India is in a solid condition. And if we're to look at the data, then as far as the depreciation of Indian rupee is concerned, if we look at the before 2014, the depreciation of rupee was into double digits, but from 24 to 25 data, only 2.2% of depreciation has been shown. And if you were to compare it to Indonesia, which was depreciated to 7.7, and Malaysian ringgit has depreciated, and pound has depreciated from 6.4%. And these data reflects that that the fundamentals of Indian economy are strong, and under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister and under the guidance of Honorable Minister of Finance, our economy is getting better.
Milind Devda.
So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. So the question by my friend may have been slightly political in nature, but unfortunately it's lost its relevance because the question was about the rupee depreciating against the dollar. But in the last month, we have seen the rupee appreciating against the dollar. From a high of 88 rupees or so, today the rupee is around 85 rupees to the dollar. So firstly, I congratulate the Finance Minister, the Finance Ministry for undertaking many steps to encourage FDI in many sectors, which will enhance our forex reserves, which essentially will make our rupee far more stronger. But a stronger rupee against the US dollar is certainly good for India's imports, but it puts some pressure on our exports. And what we are seeing in the US with higher inflation, with tariffs being imposed, that is essentially making the US dollar weaker relative to the Indian rupee. So my pointed question to the finance ministry would be, what are their steps while we see the rupee becoming stronger against the US dollar to ensure that our exports remain competitive in the months to come?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairman, so the Modi ji had come into power, our exports, how our import needs to be lessened and exports need to increase, and several programs are being run so that more exports can be increased and imports can be on a decline.
Shrimati Rajni Ashok Rao Patil.
I would like to ask through you, sir, what impact has the weakening of the rupee had on inflation, trade balance, and foreign debt servicing, and what steps is the government taking to mitigate these effects?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairman, as far as the rupee is concerned, if we're to see the data, then the foreign reserve and it is determined by that. And as against the rupee, when it is on a rise, our import gets expensive, but the rising inflation in domestic sectors is also dependent on other factors. It could be a gap in demand supply chain, or it could be the inclement weather, and the government keeps monitoring these things and so that the common man is not impacted adversely due to this. And the government tries to provide food grains at affordable prices to the poor, and long term measures are also being taken by a government. For example, that the petroleum and crude oil are imported, and the government is providing them economic landing, and solar energy, we are on the third position in the entire world in the sector of solar energy. And through this solar energy, we are boosting self-reliance. If you're to look at the budget, we have also initiated Pulse mission so that our self-reliance can be increased in the sector of pulses. And as a result of all these programs, the inflation is concerned. If you are to see the data till February 2025, it was a 3.3, which has been the lowest in the past 7 months. If we talk about inflation in a and it has been down, it has come down to 4.4 in this quarter.
Add to what my honorable colleague has answered on the foreign exchange reserve, and also the question of how our current account deficit is going to be, how is it being managed, and a sense of worry which comes out in, and rightly, in the minds of the members of parliament. I just want to assure you that total foreign exchange reserve as of 21st March 2025 is $658.8 US billion dollars, and we are the fourth largest in terms of foreign exchange reserves that any country holds. Fourth largest, which means the amount that we hold in foreign exchange reserve is good enough to take care of 11 months of our imports, if I can just translate it. So I would want the honorable members to take note of the fact that even though there had been a little fall in the foreign exchange reserve, and there were also questions about, is it depleting because the Reserve Bank is intervening in the currency market and so on. Today, the position is that we are the fourth largest among all countries in terms of the foreign exchange reserve that we hold. And as I said, and I repeat, 11 months of our imports can be taken care of.
Question number 317, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mitra.
So statement has been laid on the table of the House.
Ashok Kumar Mitra.
Sir, सरकार ने पिछले 10 वर्ष
Sir, in the past 10 years, the government has declared that they will open 22 new AIIMS, which is commendable. But when we take the name of AIIMS, then any citizen of India, the picture of AIMS Delhi lights up because the department is good, the facilities are good. But the fact is that in the past 10 years, not a single AIMS has become fully operational. Only 6 AIMS, which are old, they are fully operational. 12 are partially functional, and 4 are under construction. For example, AIMS Madurai started in 2015, and MBBS classes are going on. Students have also passed out, but the building has not completely been constructed. What kind of AIMS is that? AIMS doesn't even have its own building. Also, another side to this is the budget. 2200 crores have been laid down, which is quite less for AIMS, but only 1756 crores have been spent. On one side, AIMS are not being completely operational, and the fund are still being left unutilized. So my question to the minister is that what is the deadline to operate the AIMS which are fully operational, and the funds that have been left unused, what is the reason behind it, and what are the corrective measures being taken by the government in this regard?
Manya Sabha.
Honorable Chairman, sir, the question that is asked by the Honorable Minister is disparity in the health services funding across state. But the supplementary that has come, it pertains to AIMS. I have talked about the activities of the Department of Health, and when the discussion was going on, in an explanatory way, I have said that the AIMS of Delhi was set up in 1960s, and recognition was made in 1980s. It took 20 years to become an institute of repute. Under the leadership of Honorable Modi ji, a long jump has been taken, and in 10 years, 22 new AIMS have been set up. If you were to look at from the point of view of infrastructure, it is a huge jump, and we have tried that we are able to serve the underserved areas of North Belt, also in Orissa. We've opened up in Orissa, West Bengal, and we are also keeping in mind the disparity and have opened up the AIMS. And I would like to assure the honorable member that the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, we have developed a very good system that our selection process. I would also like to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance that they have easily sanctioned for the post of AIMS, and they have made us capable to do that. And we are now doing the selection. Previously, as well as I have iterated earlier, that AIMS is a brand, and the department will not let compromise the reputation of the brand.
Committee, and that selection committee keeps on meeting at least twice a year. And दूसरी बात ये होती है कि
And secondly is that even for nursing, we conduct exams twice a year for nursing. And in order to fulfill the faculty, we are processing this in our full might. Even for our faculty, we have implemented the rosters strictly so that nobody has a doubt that SC, ST, OBC, we are not providing them space for that, and we are strictly following the rosters. But what happens is that if we have interviewed for 60 posts, so in the selection process, it restricts down to 20, and we re-advertise the not found fit candidates. And as we have to fulfill the post of 22 institutions, you were talking about Madurai, infrastructure development has been delayed. Yes, but now we are working with our full might, and we are speeding up, and in the coming 2 years we will complete the entire infrastructure. Secondly, what you talked about, a few areas that it is not like that. there is a program implementation plan which is developed by states, and we fund those plans, and we provide whatever they want, and we fulfill the shortage of resources in there. What you said, that health is a state subject, we we provide financial support for technical and post related things. As the state governments, the more speedily they implement the programs, the easy it would become for them. I have also explained to them that under PM Abhim scheme, 63,000 crore rupees have been sanctioned by Prime Minister Modi ji in 2000. But the implementation process, with the gap in this implementation process would be filled by the state governments. And I would like to request everyone, and I have earlier said this, that there was a meeting held, a consultative meeting, and Renuka ji was also present in the meeting, that you have full right, that director health, chief medical officer, block medical officer, you can consult with them, that what you have asked for, what has been your demand, as you all are my ambassadors, and you fulfill whatever demand you have, and there is no shortage of funds. Whatever you need, we'll provide it to you.
धन्यवाद सर। सर हम जब भारत में हेल्थ
So when we talk about healthcare in India, there's a critical aspect of medicines, wherein affordable medicines and new drugs comes into picture. So the government of India, and all those EU and other countries, the government has allowed the approval of 5 drugs which have been approved by all these countries. But the problem is, most of the drugs apart from this category, the drugs are pending under the clinical trials for 15 to 20 years. And during the corona period, we approved the vaccine, which, even though the clinical trials of the drugs were not completed in other countries, but the results nevertheless were good. And antimicrobial resistance, there is a global health crisis which is weakening the effectiveness of the drugs. Apart from this, the pharma industry, 70% of DPI of this industry is being imported from China. It was 16,000 crores in 1617. Otherwise, in the decade of 90, it was almost close to zero.
I have to request the Honorable Minister to tell me about the approval and clinical trial of other drugs of this category, whether any national level expeditiously they are planning to have something at the national level, and whether any scheme afoot, whether there's any scheme afoot. Honorable Minister. Sir, it doesn't relate to the original question, but about clinical trials, we are going as fast as we can, sir.
Supplementary 3, Srimati Sulata Dev.
Thank you, Chairman sir.
I'm thankful to you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to ask this supplementary. Vande Utkal Jalani, it is Odisha Day we are celebrating today. I, from this August House, wish the best to all Odias and all countrymen, sir. Through you, I'd like to know from the Honorable Minister J.P. Nadda ji, why am I taking his name? Because he frequents Odisha and he knows everything about Odisha. I want to know about health facilities in Odisha. We are talking about South Odisha, faraway place, Western Odisha, and Coastal Odisha. These are different zones. He knows. AIIMS Bhubaneswar is functioning, and there are some unserved areas, and 22 new AIIMS have been put in place. Odisha AIIMS also, I thank the minister for that and the government also for that. In Western Odisha, Sambalpur, Coastal Odisha, Baleshwar, and Southern Odisha, Koraput, we have demanded. Naveen Patnaik ji, my leader, has written many a time that new AIIMS should be there. Whether Honorable Minister will kindly tell for Odisha if for tribal areas, any AIIMS are planned? If it is there, the details. Honorable Minister, at the outset, Utkal Divas, we are celebrating best wishes to you and all brothers and sisters of Odisha. And you said, I frequent Odisha. Yes, 11th, again, I'm visiting Odisha. And there will be a medical program there I'll be attending. You talked about underserved areas, and I do not have the exact figure, but in Odisha, probably 4 or 5 extra medical colleges we have taken up for the past 10 years. I don't have the exact numbers, but 5 and more they are. Bolangir also, Naveen Patnakji, I had gone there with him, and we had inaugurated it there. And underserved areas we have kept in view, and we have done things accordingly. Honorable member, I'd like to submit to her that 64,000 crore rupees have been allocated for this work only by the Honorable PM. So program implementation plan, you can talk to Chief Medical Officer and district officers and Director Health, you can have meeting with, and you can have a look at it so that we can move ahead. In Odisha, like super specialty block has been given, Medical College, Barampur has been given, and Kurla and Cuttack also. Specialty blocks have been given, super specialty blocks, and new colleges have also been opened. So we are trying that underserved areas also we are able to cover, and we are able to serve them and give service there on priority. So program implementation plan, you can get it, and Government of India you can contact, and program implementation plan in letter and spirit we will try to implement.
Supplementary number 4, Shri A. Rahim.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. So for the financial year 2023-24, 1,376.70 crore was allotted to Kerala under the National Health Mission, of which 826.68 crore was the union government share. However, 636.88 crore of this amount has not been released to Kerala. The union government claims this is due to the state's delay in branding Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers as per union government guidelines. Despite of this, the government of Kerala has approved the branding, and 72.4% of institutions have already been branded. So my question is, why is the union government not releasing the pending amount to Kerala? And one more question I would like to ask to Honorable Minister through you, sir. Kindly, what is the reasonable and rational explanation in this branding? What is the reason? What is the rational? Can you brief rationally about the branding? What is the intention of this branding?
Honorable Minister.
As I said, that under the 2017 health policy, we have enunciated that we will provide equitable, affordable, and quality health care. And for that, what we have tried to do is to see to it that the CHC, the sub-health center and the PHC are being made as Ayushman Arogya Mandir. And we are usko standardize kiya ja raha hai.
We are standardizing, and guidelines therefore are there in place to follow those guidelines.
We have requested the government of Kerala to follow those guidelines. The moment the guidelines are followed, the funding will be released accordingly. As he said, this is actually not in the original question, so I don't have the exact answer about how much funding has been done or how much the funding has not been done. But I can assure the member that if the guidelines are followed, the funding will be done in total.
5th supplementary, Shri Rajiv Shukla.
Dhanwad, sir.
Thank you, sir. So the question originally was what I raised during budget discussion. I want to say to the Honorable Health Minister, when the country's health budget is less than 2%, how many facilities, where will we provide? When COVID hit us, the biggest concern was this, that if we don't increase the budget, infrastructure is in bad shape, people were having problems with regard to oxygen cylinder supply, and there was a panic situation. So at that time, everyone was worried that the budget enhancement is not coming. It should be double, 4%. It should be, everybody was talking about. So it is less than 2. Why it is not being increased? I'd like to know from the Honorable Minister. The states have limited resources and they don't have even resources to meet the expenditure. Why the budget allocation is not being increased? Honorable Prime Minister, also I request to kindly focus and increase the budget. By when it will be done? Honorable Minister, I'd like to, with folded hands, request all the honorable members that this narrative should not be spun, that there is no budget allocation for health sector, 2%, 1.5%, you say. Pradhan Mantri Yojana is there and 64,180 crores have been sanctioned. Just a minute, please. And out of that, when we talk of the utilization thereunder, the gaps have to be bridged. Then somewhere around
20,000 crore rupees.
It has been 20,000 crore rupees. Likewise, 15th Finance Commission, 70,000 crore have been sanctioned by them. Amount released 27,000. Utilization certificate is not obtained. It doesn't come. So let us come out of this narrative now. We have to come out of the narrative that there is no funding, there is no funding. You ask your states whether they have spent it. As Health Minister, Honorable Chairman, sir, for the past tenure also, I was a Health Minister in previous tenure also, and 120 crores were given at that time. I am now in this term and I see implementation being done. This gap that is there, retendering, all that takes place. Our state's system has to be improved so that they implement the programs in time.
Utilize the funds, and the utilization certificate is most important. The moment you utilize, we'll give you the funds.
When you were not health minister, even at that time, you used to be concerned about health. I attended so many programs of doctors and you said, it is not my department, but doctors do not leave me. I also do not leave them.
Mukul
Vasnik ji has said something good.
Sri Ashok Rao Shankar Rao Chauhan had asked question number 318. The honorable member had sought my leave and I had granted him leave for unavoidable reasons. Honorable Minister.
Statement is laid on the table of the House, sir.
Supplementary, Shrimati Maya Narolia.
महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर
Honorable Chairman, sir, thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask an important question. I'd like to know through you from the Honorable Minister about inflation control. PSF has brought some effect positively and onion prices have to be checked. So what government is doing? Honorable Minister.
Sir, जहां तक
Sir, as far as PSF is concerned, PSF concept before Modi ji came to power, it was not there existing in the country. Whatever inflation was there, price rise was there, it was left to the God. Whatever happens, okay.
2000
in 2014 to 16, under
guidance and the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi, we started the PSF fund, Price Stabilization Fund. And this Price Stabilization Fund ke karan,
and because of this PSF, if they play politics, then I'll reply politically with your permission, sir. Honorable Minister, I am not in agreement with your statement. Jairam Rameshji does not play politics. He plays politics 24/7.
Honorable Minister.
Sir, PSF,
Sir, as I said, PSF, we started, and because of that, things have happened. El Nino effect was there, sir, the country witnessed. And COVID also hit us, and production was less at places, and there were excess rains also. Despite that, sir, overall price somehow increased, and because of PSF, we brought it under check. PSS also, we procure under that, and PSF we convert it into, and at times we buy from market also. Likewise, onion also in large quantities we procured. And sir, first time express 6 trains from Nashik to Delhi to Chennai, large scale purchase was done. Overall, the inflation was 3.75, and it came down. And the reason is that there is no such condition under the PSF.
for the buffer stock is released under the calibrated manner whenever the prices are increased. Because of that, almost food inflation is well under control.
Supplementary by Shri Amarpal Moria.
Thank you, sir. Today, I am proud also. Earlier, I used to hear that we used to beg before countries of the world for food grains, but now today, India is self-reliant in production of food grains. I thank the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Minister for this, sir. My question is about the production of pulses. How is India faring, and whether recently production has increased or it has decreased? And in Uttar Pradesh, what is the status of production of pulses in Uttar Pradesh? And in regard to pulses to make India self-reliant, what initiatives government has taken, Honorable Minister? Sir, total requirement of pulses
Considerably increased. Iska ek important.
An important reason for that is that 5 kg ration pulses, wheat or millets, we are giving free of cost to people. And since then, demand for pulses has gone up in the market. And earlier, compared to earlier times, the demand has gone up. And accordingly, production also has improved. It's not gone down. Earlier, 10 years ago, it was 157 MMT. Now it is, even today, this year, expectation is 242 LMT. So overall, Atmanirbharta, that is self-reliance in pulses, is there. Honorable Finance Minister in budget speech announced in Tur, Masoor, and 3 pulses such like pulses are there, where we are faring good. NAFED and NCCF are taking care, whatever production is there, then pre-registration is there, and farmers we are buying directly from, and if we need, then we are procuring from market also. Overproduction is also being increased, and Atmanirbharta in pulses, that is self-reliance in pulses, with NAFED 9 lakhs and NCCF 3 lakh farmers, 6 lakh and more farmers have got registration there, and we are trying to procure from them under these schemes. And alongside, we have gone further, and there is an important aspect here. We have taken the initiative about development of commercial availability of climate resistant seed, where productivity has to be increased and seeds are improved, and Agriculture Minister is working for this. Enhancement of protein content, we should increase protein content in them. Increasing productivity per acre, that also we are doing. In comparison to other countries, it is less, and Agriculture Ministry is taking steps to do that. Improving post-harvest storage and management, that also we are doing. Assuring remunerative prices to the farmers, we are doing that also. And alongside, I said tur, urad, and masoor. These three are being produced, and whatever production is there, we are completely procuring it. If market price is more, they can sell it there. If it is less than market, whatever rate is there, we will buy. We do buy. That is the decision. Jaya ji.
Mantri ji,
Are you still importing pulses from other countries into our country?
and from where and how many and which are the pulses? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Sir, pulses import ka
Sir, when we talk of import of pulses, some of the pulses,
sir, comparative जैसे मैंने कहा,
as I said, sir,
230 LMT is our our production हो रहा है, 242 इस बार expected.
242 is the expectation this time. 200 LMT is our requirement.
इसीलिए
That is why import is there, and the government is not doing import. We are not doing that. Without any import duty, we have kept it free.
एक second.
Honorable member wanted to know, Honorable Minister, how much pulses we are importing and what is the source. This information, if you don't have readily available, you can provide it to the Honorable member. Sir, this is what I stated. Nearly 240 to 280 is the requirement. 30 will have to be imported. Sometimes gram, sometimes tur, and I'll provide the information where from we are importing. You can provide, and let me also be helped. It is stated this phase and Masoor pulse. What is the meaning? The minister does not have the information, Honorable Minister. What is this? Jairam ji.
जयराम जी, जब आप भी इधर थे,
when you were here, and so many times it happened, please hear me out, please.
The Honorable Minister is very well prepared, but if you ask statistics, and Zayaji is right in asking statistics, and I have ruled from the chair, the Honorable Minister will make available that information to Zayaji and also information to me कि ये मूंग मसूर की दाल कैसे
that sir I have replied
30 to 40 LMT इतना तो import कर.
So this much we have to import, and which commodities are imported from which country, I can send these details to the honorable member, and I have the figure, but I cannot read them.
मंत्री जी,
Honorable Minister, this information in a listed form with full accuracy should be sent to the honorable member, and you please place it on the table of this house also in this week itself.
Shri M. Shanmugam, Honorable Minister.
So the answer has been laid on the table of the house.
Shri M. Shanmugam.
Thank you, sir. Sir, after introduction of GST and abolition of various tariffs, taxes and cess levied in the state government, the volume of state finance has shrunk and the states have to depend only the union government. Our state of Tamil Nadu being coastal state, every year we have to devastate it with cyclone, floods and heavy rains. Our road conditions, infrastructure, bridges, street lights, sanitation, buildings are affected due to natural disaster for which we needed financial assistance has not been extended by the union government. I would like to know from you, sir, whether the union government will give more funds for disaster management to our Tamil Nadu.
Honorable Chairman, sir, the question which has just been asked by the honorable member regarding non-allocation of funds to Tamil Nadu, sir, I would like to share with the house through you that the tax devolution which made to Tamil Nadu from 2009 to 2014 is 62,000. From 2014 to 19, it is 1 lakh 55 crore, and from 2019 to 24 it is more than 2 lakh 34,000 crore, and as grant in aid it was only 35,000 crore, and 2014-19 it was 95,000 crore rupees, and 2019-14 it was 1 lakh 83,000 crore. And if you talk about the special assistance in 2021-22, they have been provided 550 crore. In 2022-23, they have been provided 411.27 crore. In 2024-25, they have been provided 7,300 crore. And so if you compare the figures from 2004 to 2014, in 2000 it is much more than the allocation made by the UPI. And if you look at the grant in aid also, the total growth is 342% compared to UPA regime. And as far as disaster thing is concerned, Tamil Nadu has received about 1100 crore rupees, and the date for utilization has also been extended.
Sir, Tamil Nadu rural people are agitated for having due not received from the union government the tune of rupees 4,000 crore from the MGNREGS. I would like to know when the fund will be released.
Honorable Minister, very pointed question.
Honorable Chairman, sir. So as regards the fund of MNRG, it is the funds are devolved on the basis of the guidelines of the scheme, and I think if there is any problem, it is brought to my notice. I will certainly look into this.
Mr. P. Chidambaram.
I'm glad the Honorable Minister has said that capital expenditure has a multiplier effect. I agree. Now, in the annexure to the answer, they have given the capital expenditure assistance to states for the 3 previous years. A year ended yesterday, 24-25. I have a pointed question. If capital expenditure has a multiplier effect and they swear by capital expenditure, why in the year 2024-25 did the central government's capital expenditure was cut from 11,11,111 to 10,18,429, and why the assistance to states was cut from 3,90,778 to 2,99,891. Together, they cut capital expenditure by almost 1,90,000 crore. Why?
Honorable Minister.
Capital expenditure has not been cut because the previous year it was up to 11.11 lakhs. Actually, in the current budget, in the budget which of this year, which ended yesterday, it has gone up to 11.21 lakh crores. So the capital expenditure has not been cut at all. One. And second, capital assistance to the states from this 11.21 lakh crores has also gone up proportionately. Till earlier, it was 1 lakh and then 1 lakh crore for the states. Again, proportionately, we brought it up and increased it to 11.21 lakh crores. So cutting down capital expenditure is not the case with us. In fact, I'm talking about 24-25 is, sorry? 25 is the year ending yesterday, right, sir? We are now, the new budget commences from today for 25, 26. I'm talking about the year ended. I've appointedly answered the question pointedly asked by the finance minister about the year 25, which ended yesterday. So where am I escaping answer? So I want that. Yes, I'm giving you the numbers. I'll give you the numbers, sir. You can repeat the question if you want.
1 second. Yes.
Your budget at a glance. For 24-25, the original budget allocation for central government capital expenditure was 11,11,111. But in the year ended, your revised estimate is only 10,18,429. Similarly, for assistance to the states, the budget estimate was 3,90,778. The revised estimate is 2,99,891. I have added the two. You have cut in 24-25, both on your capital expenditure as well as assistance to states, about 1,80,000 crore. Why about the year ended yesterday? I'm not talking about 25-26.
About the year ended yesterday. I'm not saying something differently. Just by the emphasis, I want to draw the numbers, particularly for the states, sir. The special assistance which is being given to the states for capital expenditure, which is 50-year interest rate, actually 2020-21. Approval was for 11,912 crores, which is actual release was 11,830 crores. 21-22, 15,928 crores approved, released 14,186. 22-23, 95, 147 approved, 81,195 released. 23-24, 1,27,492 approved, 1,09,554 released. And for the year 24-25, which ended yesterday, 1,53,673 approved, and what has been released up to 26-3-25, which is pending 4 more days for the final end of the year, up to 26th March 2025, 1,46,362 has been released to the states.
Supplementary number 4, Shri R. Girirajan. Shri R. Girirajan.
This. I have submitted only for 318.
Shri, supplementary number 4 now goes not by default, but by calculation also. Shri Manoj Kumar Jha.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, only 3 days are left in this session. The entire team of the Finance Ministry is here. So through you, I would like to make a request to the Honorable Finance Minister that we keep getting representation from ASA workers, cooks in midday meal, and they are not ready for this increase in honorarium. Whether you are looking into any such a plan for these skilled workers and their minimum wages that should be increased across the board, across the state.
Absolutely, sir.
In the least, but it emanates from a pure heart. You'll take it into consideration. Last supplementary, Dr. M. Thambidurai.
Sir.
But it was a very smart mechanism by Professor Manoj Kumar Jha to ask a soothing question and make a point. Yes.
Sir, thank you very much, Chairman, sir. The Minister has given, Honorable Minister has given Finance Minister, special assistant loan released under the scheme for special assistance to states for capital expenditure investment during 3 years. Many states are given. The Tamil Nadu is mentioned 21-22, nearly 500 crores, then 4,000 crores next year, then 5,326 crores.
This is for capital expenditure special. I want to know from the Honorable Minister whether the government aware these governments are using, state governments are using this money for the capital expenditure or any other things, whether they have got utilization certificate for the got the money for that special thing. That is I want to know.
Honorable Minister.
Maybe not the that instant when the money is sent, I wouldn't know whether it is being used for capital expenditure or something. But gradually, with the time lag, with the various ways in which the SNS Sparsh and the various digital ways in which today the money is put into specific nodal accounts for expenditure, we will come to know. But since the member did talk about Tamil Nadu, again, I would like to repeat, in the year 21-22, from when this scheme of special assistance to the states for capital expenditure was introduced in 2021, that year Tamil Nadu did not draw anything on that account. In 21-22, 505.50 crores was drawn. 22-23, 4,011.27 crores was taken. 23-24, 5,326.42 crores was taken. 24-25 up to 26-3-25, that is March 26, 7,345.86 crores have been given. Cumulatively, a total of 17,189.05 have been given for Tamil Nadu, in which, sir, there is an untied portion which goes, and there are additional tied portion. Both untied, additional untied and original untied put together, all untied, is more than 4,500 crores, sir. But under the categories of tied, where you do with some reforms undertaken, there are several more, all totaling 7,345 has been given to Tamil Nadu. There are one or two which Tamil Nadu has not taken because they didn't intend or don't want to do the reform. One is on scrapping of old vehicles. They have not taken anything at all. Similarly, on urban planning reforms, not having undertaken any urban planning reforms, no money has been taken for capital assistance. I just wanted to highlight that. And after the completion of the project, the utilization certificate, when it comes to us, it is only then, Honorable Member Thambidurai, I can, through you, inform the member, we can get to understanding whether the money has been used for capital purposes or anything else.
Question number 320, Shri Ramjilal Suman. Honorable Minister.
So the answer has been laid on the table of the House. Honorable Chairman, sir. So before my question, the Honorable Health Minister, in a reply to a previous question, had said that the directions which are sent from here and the state government's attitude is not very cooperative. And sir, he also spoke about the 2010 Act. According to that, all the recognized forms of medicine, regarding them, guidelines have been issued by Government of India. Sir, just now the Honorable Minister said that health comes under the purview of the state. Sir, through you, I would like to make a request that whatever schemes are implemented by Government of India and the directions which are passed by the government, they are implemented basically through the state governments. And I would like to know from the Honorable Minister that the guidelines which you issue from the center, if the state governments are not implementing those guidelines, in that case, whether you have developed any mechanism through which you can have some control and some monitoring on the working of the state governments, and the intention with which you have written to the state government, that also gets fructified. So the question which has been asked by the Honorable member, it has an undertone that the central government speaks about its own policies, And he said that the state governments, they are not performing well. These were his words. Sir, I never said that.
The implementation of the for the utilization of the funds. दो बातें
There are two things which I would like to say here. First of all, the state governments and all the state governments, they have played a very important role in taking the healthcare to the lowest rung, and for that I would like to appreciate all of them. And I, on record, I would like to say they have worked really well, performed really well. We had a national elimination program for tuberculosis, and there are people uh, whom we were not able to detect, and our target was to find out those people. And when all the states started working together, then we could find out 7 lakh more TB patients. So this is the success story of our cooperation between the state and the states in the center. There was the corona pandemic. No Western country could achieve more than 60 to 70% of vaccination, but this is India, which is being run under the leadership of Modi ji, and the states, they really performed so well, and we ensured that 220 crore doses were administered to the people of the country. Who did that?
areas are like Gadchiroli, areas are like Bastar, areas are like Narayanpur. ये सब
So these all are difficult terrains, and these are remote areas. Even in these areas, our health workers, they went to the remotest area, and they did the administered vaccination. So our implementation front, we have been doing really well. All the states, they have been performing very well. And but the problem which we are facing is about utilization of fund, and we need to augment their capacity of fund utilization. And with regard to all the programs, we keep interacting with the states, and I would like to inform the honorable member that we keep taking up the issues with them, and we also have video conferencing with the respective health ministers, and wherever we find any shortcoming, we take necessary steps. We also provide financial and technical support to the concerned state governments. So the government healthcare facilities which are there in place, they are not in good shape. You look at the situation prevailing in AIIMS. Here in AIIMS, for months together, a serious patient cannot get a bed for himself. And because of that, many ailing people, they lose their lives, and they fail to get medical facilities. So because of that, they are forced to go to private hospitals, and the fees that is charged from the patients in the private hospitals, there is no limit to that, there is no regulation to that. I would like to know from the honorable minister, through you, sir.
The House stands adjourned to meet at 2 p.m. today.
माननीय सभासदों, माननीय उप सभापति जी,
आप ही की तरफ देख रहा था. I was seeing you only. Honorable Sanjay Kumar Jha ji.
Motion for consideration of the protection of interest in aircraft objects bill 2025 moved by Sri K. Ram Mohan Naidu on 20th March 2025.
आदरणीय उपसभापति,
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, this is one very important bill, an aircraft object bill 2025, which we are discussing here. We are having so many airlines in our country, sir, and it is understood in our country that everybody is buying aircrafts from other countries, but that is not a fact. We are taking aircrafts on lease, and then it entails that we are not owning our own aircrafts. We are actually taking them on lease, mostly from Ireland, Dubai, Hong Kong, and Singapore are the countries from where the aircrafts are taken on lease. And it is a right process. It's a right reason as well, sir, because the purchase of aircraft is a big financial decision. And this is one challenging investment as well for airline company. Airbus 320, Boeing 777, Boeing 787, and Boeing 737 per aircraft cost is at least 700 crore to 1100 crore. And many aircrafts were being manufactured in our own country, but we have stopped that. And 60% of the aircrafts in the country are there in ownership of Air India and Indigo. They are the major players, sir. Then leasing is a good alternative for the airline company because the huge investment is saved because of that. And then the 10 years tax holiday is also given to these company because of this leasing process. Leasing of the aircrafts and this tax relaxation is given to airline companies.
and 26 aircraft leasing entities, including some global players, have been registered there. However, only a handful of these established entities have actually engaged in leasing transaction. लेकिन अब
But sir, because this leasing process is something government is considering now, and because we want that our aircraft industry should be more attractive to international players. So we are trying to change the gamut of this total industry. And it was being considered previously that many a times airline companies were going bankrupt because of this leasing process. And then, sir, a lot of the time was also being wasted because of that lengthy process. So to safeguard our companies from that whole turmoil and to get to ease the process, many a times we have seen that leaser were not being able to get their aircrafts back, and there were long litigation processes going on. So we have seen in our country that aircrafts were standing in the airports, but they were not operational. So many a times litigation process was not availing any decision for a long spell of time. Now a lease provider can take their leased aircraft in a 2-month span, and they need not to go for any arbitration, they need not to go for any mediation. So sir, this is one
This is one important change here. Then sir, some important points are also there, which I think should be considered by the government. Leasing is something which saves airline industry from huge investment. And as we have seen that in our country, 90% of the aircrafts are on lease, they are not purchased. And in one budget speech, it was said that leasing will be allowed. In a previous budget speech, it was said that leasing will be allowed in airline industry. So there are 3, 4 countries from where we get these aircrafts. Now, the internal leasing market, the domestic leasing market will also be cropped in the airline market, and that is something which will make ourselves more self-reliant. Because previously these facilities, these manufacturing facilities and abilities were not available in our country, but now we are having that. And India's rating was also downgraded previously to high risk grades, and that way leasing process domestically previously was not that easy, that was difficult, and that was costly as well. Now, sir, that will not happen after implementation of this bill, sir. We will see that AWG rating will also see some sort of upgradation. And when this bill will be implemented, the India's rating will see further upliftment. I will also like to urge upon Honorable Minister that global leasing companies are.
For instance, European banks support leasing business in Ireland. Similarly, the government-owned Temsec Holding and Singaporean banks support leasing from Singapore. भारत में इस तरह का कोई प्रावधान नहीं है.
There is no such provision available in our country, and banking industry is mostly reluctant to provide credit lines to airline companies. So mostly they are dependent upon foreign investments or foreign credit. So this is something which should also be considered by Honorable Minister and the government in general. And because you are bringing this bill, I hail from state of Bihar, and we have 3 pertinent issues there in state of Bihar. And one greenfield international airport was announced near Patna. So whatever is its location, I urge that it should be finalized at the earliest. And Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, there is not any international airport in Bihar, though there is one in Gaya. But the point is, one Patna, Darbhanga, and Purnia are much required in our state. Darbhanga is functional, Purnia is not functional. These airports should also be made functional at the earliest, and these airports will become a success story, sir. So land acquisition process is going on. Proposals are also coming to coming for your consideration. Chief Secretary Bihar has written to you, so I request for that be allowed, that be permitted at the earliest.
I stand before this House today to extend my support for the protection of interest in Aircraft Bill, Object Bill 2025, and to emphasize its significance of India's aviation sector. Sir, this bill seeks to provide legal backing to the Convention of International Interest in Mobile Equipment, Cape Town Convention 2001, and its protocol on matters specific to aircraft equipment, ensuring their enforceability within our jurisdiction. Sir, here I would like to add that while India signed the Cape Town Convention in 2008, the absence of ratification has so far prevented its provision from being legally binding. Therefore, the introduction of this bill will legally enact the Cape Town Convention in India. It marks a crucial step toward addressing this gap, strengthening investor confidence, and enhancing India's global standing in the aviation sector. As one of the world's largest growing aviation markets, India's air travel sector has experienced a rapid increasing growth with an estimated market size of $13.89 billion in 2024, which is expected to reach $26.8 billion by 2030. This incredible growth, aircraft leasing has emerged as an important aspect of the Indian aviation industry. It is a practice in which the airlines and aviation operators rent aircraft from leasing companies rather than purchasing them. Till date, India does not have any specific law dealing with aircraft leasing and financing of airplanes, which may involve different countries. With this new law, airplanes will get in competitive rate to airlines and aviation operation. Currently, lessor face higher risk in India due to uncertainties in repossession rights in case an airline defaulters on payment. The risk forces lessors to change a higher risk premium, extra cost to cover potential losses, making leasing more expensive for Indian airlines. These higher leasing costs are ultimately passed on to passengers in the form of higher airfares. So air tickets become more costly. Passengers has to pay more fares. Therefore, if the bill is passed in the parliament into an act, will ratify the Cape Town Convention, thereby automatically guaranteeing the rights of lessor to repossess their lease equipment, such as airframes, aircraft engines, and helicopters. This will bring down the cost of risk premium. Sir, this bill seeks to enhance the leasing framework in India in power with international standard. And through this, the legislation is expected to lower cost, improve accessibility to air travel, and attract investment as India anticipates a surge in aircraft acquisition. Over 1,000 new craft by the end of this decade. This will further make air travel more affordable for the people of our country. Sir, as a representative from Goa, a tourist destination, we see increasing footfall each year. I cannot overstate the importance of the bill. During peak season, we all know that airfares skyrocket, making travel unaffordable not only for tourists, but also for Goa's local residents who rely on air travel for work, medical needs, education, and family visits. I believe, sir, the high cost of leasing aircraft, along with limited availability, directly contributes to these inflated airfares. Sir, I am an essential aspect of this bill is its provision for financial transparency and accountability. The proposed legislation mandate that debtors must maintain and submit records of dues related to the ownership or use an aircraft or aircraft object to the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. This requirement will ensure that leasing transactions remain transparent, preventing dispute over unpaid dues and fostering greater confidence among lessors, creditors, and regulatory bodies. Sir, after 2014, after Modi government came to power, the civil aviation has changed the more development in civil aviation. Airports अगर हम देखें तो
You see airports in India,
74 2014 से पहले थे.
it was the number was 74 before 2014. The number is now 159.
And of around 16-17 lakhs. गोवा में दो एयरपोर्ट है.
We have two airports in Goa. We have in North Goa. We have in South Goa. Then the passenger growth is also there, sir.
24 to December 2024, 161 million as against 152 million during the previous year. That is a growth of 6.1 million%. Total aircraft for scheduled operation has increased from 400 in 2014 to 836 as on 28 to 2025. Regional Connectivity Service, that is RCS Udan, Uda Desh Ka Nagrik. Air travel becomes more accessible to people, connecting 88 airlines, including 13 helicopters and 2 water aerodrome. More than 148.62 lakhs people has availed benefit of Udan scheme since its inception. कृषि में उड़ान में अगर देखें तो
If you see ramifications which Udan is having in agriculture, they are also there to be seen. Krishi Udan is also helping us, and that is helping by easy transport of the farmer produce, and they are helping. This is helping farmers like anything. We have seen that when Ukraine war is going, then more than 22,000 Indian citizens were brought back from Ukrainian war zones, and that has also been here, sir. If we see the facial recognition technology, then sir, we have evidence that technology is also being used, and that has reduced number of checkpoints, and the process has gone quite paperless.
Identity और देश के 24 airports.
Then, sir, this facility is now available on 24 airports of the country, and Mopa International Airport, Goa, is also one of those 24.
Aircraft, हमने देखा तो with the enables in place from zero base in 2014, as of 31st December 2024, 33 aircraft leasing entities have registered in GIFT IFSC for undertaking aircraft leasing business. इसमें कार्गो का अगर हम देखें कार्गो में भी काफी सुधार और
We have seen much reform in cargo as well. Cargo business is also soaring in our country. In ICO Council, sir, and its 41st General Assembly, we have seen that.
To the ICO Council 2022-25, under Part 2, comprising of countries which make the largest contribution to the provision of facilities for international civil air navigation. Ease of doing, जो भारतीय वायुयान विधेयक पास होने के बाद
An aviation bill which was passed by the August House, and we have seen much reform happening in the aviation sector thereafter. So aviation sector is on rise, and we can see that the current bill is also one very important step forward. For that, I congratulate Honorable Minister. I also congratulate Honorable Prime Minister for bringing this bill.
It will provide the much needed statutory framework to deal with the legal obstacles in the event of insolvency of an airline company, as well as make aviation financing and leasing transactions simpler and certain. It will further improve contract and enforceability and provide the creditors, lessors, with a way out to either to take back the aircraft object or have their dues paid. Therefore, I support the bill of the Aircraft Object 2025. Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you.
This Santosh Kumar P.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Sir, since we are a signatory to an important international convention, we have to follow the same and we have to implement it in our country. And we have to protect the interests of passengers, creditors, and all those stakeholders related to the industry. Sir, I take this opportunity to raise a few questions, queries through you, sir, to the minister. The first thing is that do we have any data related to the total credits of Indian investors? I mean banks and other financial institutions. Now we are talking about an international obligation. Yes, of course, we have to implement the same. But the point is that we know one gentleman who was a member of this August House, who came to the House with the support of a former Prime Minister and who was a leader of that party for some time. Later on, he looted our country and its people, and now somewhere in London. People like Malia and others are there. So what about the liability created by these people? Are we going to solve this? When we talk about international issues and international creditors, are we in a position to help our banks to regain its own money? It's a very serious issue. So my request is that we have to reconsider the criteria, because people will come and offer that we are ready to offer airline business, and the government is allowing without understanding their capacity. Then later on we have to pay the price for it. So please consider this particular point. So secondly, Civil Aviation Ministry is having a very meager amount as budget allocation comparing other ministries. So now the Civil Aviation Minister Department Director General of this aviation will function more. There are many duties assigned to him. So do you think that with this limited amount, performance is proper, you can perform proper? I don't think so. So we need to enhance the budgetary allocation also. Otherwise, the entire area is left for private players only. Airline routes, price, everything as suggested, pointed out to many speakers, is under the control of private players only. The aviation ministry is in a way a mute spectator. So it cannot dictate any company. For example, now when we talk about the plight of the passengers, I fear tomorrow the private airlines may charge us for even using washrooms. Now they're charging for seats. Tomorrow there is every chance of taking money from us for using washrooms. So this is the sorry state of affairs of the poor passengers. So how you are going to tackle these types of issues? When we all are in agreement of implementing the international convention, we have to take care of this. Finally, sir, whenever we people from Kerala stand up to talk on this civil aviation ministry, the minister thinks that they will raise the issues related to Kannur International Airport. I don't want to talk much about that. So many people, so many organizations, so many politicians already pointed out the issues related to Kannur International Airport. It's public money, people's money. So political consideration should not be there. We have every right to get it. So please give this point of court status to Kannur International Airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Sri Babu Ram Nishad. Sri Babu Ram Nishad. Anupasthit.
Not present.
A. Rahim.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the bill seeks to provide a legal framework for protecting the rights of lessors and financiers in aircraft transactions. However, this bill should be discussed in the broader perspective of how it affects the lives of common people. So the union government has already opened the Indian aviation sector to Indian corporates. My colleague, Comrade P. Santosh Kumar already mentioned the same here. Now, through this bill, it is further opening the doors for international corporates as well. That is my concern. The minister must clarify how this bill is going to benefit the common people. Air travel is becoming increasingly inaccessible for the ordinary citizens. That is my concern. That is not only my concern. So many of my colleagues already mentioned the same concern in this house. A study by Airports Council International, ACI, reveals that India has recorded the second highest increase in domestic airfares in the Asia Pacific and West Asian regions. So what the take of the government in this regard? See, 43% of rising in terms of fare, according to this report. Can you imagine the plight of expertise in the Gulf region? As you know that we are representing Kerala, a lot of our brothers and sisters have been working over there. Actually, can you imagine the plight of those NRIs? They work there throughout the year and only occasionally get a leave, sir. This is yesterday was the Eid day, the Holy Ramadan day, the Eid day, even in Onam, and so many other events. In connection with those events, they can come to their homeland, come back to their homeland. But unfortunately, the NRIs the Pravasis can't come even yet they get the leave. Even they get the leaves, they can't come due to the exorbitant hike of the travel fare. So, Comrade Santosh already mentioned here. What is the role of the union government? Sir, just a minute, sir. I have time. Sir, can you imagine the plight of these passengers? Another one thing is that the government is making laws that favor of corporates, but where are the policies that protect the interest of common citizens? Sir, I would like to flag just a minute, sir. Flag an important report of Department Related Standing Committee, 356th Department of Standing Committee, Transport, Tourism and Culture, recommended measures to control airfare and make air travel accessible to the common man. What is the government role? What is the government take? Then another one thing is that regarding the Kannur Airport, International Airport, this is a burning issue from the Kerala. So you given the point of call status to Mopa Airport in Goa, which is a non-metro airport. But all infrastructure is there. But even though they did not give the point of call status for Kannur International Airport.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, please look
Sri
into
Harish
it.
Biran.
Please.
Sri Harish Biran.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Sir, this legislation is a very necessary legislation. I agree to that fact. It will bring clarity for the international lessors and all as to if there is a default, what is to be done. But let us understand that this particular legislation has been brought about not because of any foresight, but because under the pressure of crisis triggered by the insolvency of a lot of airlines, the latest being the Go First Airlines, plus the global downgrade of India's aviation leasing environment. Now, sir, I would like, through you, sir, the Honorable Minister, to particularly note 2 points. First point is, sir, as per Section 9 of the bill, Section 9 states that in case of an inconsistency between a provision of this Act and any other law for the time being enforced, the provisions of this Act shall prevail to the extent of such inconsistency. Now, sir, this bill, in fact, has been brought about because of certain provisions of the IBC, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. Because once there is a insolvency and bankruptcy court proceedings, then a moratorium creeps in. And once a moratorium is there, you won't be able to take your machines out. Now, but problem is about the IBC code. There is a provision under the IBC code, Section 238. Section 238 of the IBC code says, the provisions of this code shall have effect, notwithstanding anything inconsistent therewith contained in any other law for the time being enforced, or any instrument having effect by virtue of any such law. So IBC code says, notwithstanding any other law, the IBC will prevail. Our law, Section 9 in the present bill states that notwithstanding any other law, our law will prevail. Now, our law has been brought in because of the provisions of the IBC. Therefore, I think there is some inconsistency between the provisions of our bill and the IBC. My suggestion will be that you can incorporate in Section 9 of our bill that notwithstanding anything contained in IBC specifically, so that this particular inconsistency you can get over. That is my suggestion. To the Honorable Minister. Now, sir, Section 9(3) of the bill, it preserves India's sovereign right to arrest or detain an aircraft, which is a very welcome change. But I urge the government to clarify how in practice this right will be exercised in the face of aggressive international enforcement by lessors. While Indian public sector dues and the claims of airport operators and employees receive equal priority and swift resolution, or will they be left struggling while aircraft are swiftly deregistered and removed from Indian soil? Sir, this particular legislation is in fact for the purpose for the airline industry to prosper. Now, for the airline industry to prosper, our airports also will have to prosper. Sir, in Kerala, there are 2 airports. One is the Calicut airport, sir. Now, it is a time for the Hajj pilgrims to go for Hajj. The difference between the Calicut International Airport and Kannur, which is just 80 kilometers, is 40,000 rupees. You are charging 40,000 more from the Calicut Airport. Calicut Airport is the place where you have the Hajj embarkation point, Hajj terminal. Just 30 seconds, sir. Just 30 seconds. Hajj terminal, everything. Now, this particular inconsistency is because you are not allowing the wide-bodied aircrafts to land in Calicut Airport. So also the problem with the Kannur airport is that you can land wide-bodied aircraft. The problem is that you don't give point of call status over there. So if you want the airline industry to prosper over there, along with these legislations, I beseech the Honorable Minister through you, sir, that these measures also be taken. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sri Ravi Chandra Vaddi Raju.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir.
Telugu mein,
Telugu, sir.
will speak in Telugu.
Sir, the protection of interest in aircraft object bill 2025 మీద.
Sir, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this bill, sir. Sir, this bill represents a significant legal reform with the potential to transform India's aviation sector. It is not just a legal change. It is a decisive step towards positioning India as a leader in the international aviation industry. Sir, this is my opinion. This bill aims to secure the future of India's aviation sector, enhance international investors' confidence, and make aviation more accessible to Indians. Sir, I want to bring some points to the House. Sir, last year 376.343 million passengers traveled through India. By 2030, India is expected to become the third largest aviation market in the world. Sir, airlines such as Indigo and Air India have already placed orders for over 1,000 new aircraft, and number of airports is likely to increase from 350 to from 153. Sir, I congratulate the aviation minister, sir. Sir, important points regarding to Telangana. Rajiv Gandhi International Airport in Hyderabad is one of the major airports in the country. However, there are currently no direct flights from Hyderabad to United States. So nearly in the 2034, 23 and 24, 1 million passengers travel from Hyderabad to US. 40% of these passengers are from Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. Sir, direct flight services from Chicago to Hyderabad route were cancelled. Sir, therefore, I urge the central government through you to restore direct flight services from Hyderabad to cities like New York, Chicago, and San Francisco. Sir, this is my request to the minister. Sir, in Telangana, Sir, Warangal, 8 years has been renovated. Sir, from BRS part of BRS party, I congratulate the minister, sir. Sir, what we want is in the Bhadradri and Greenfield airports, and land has been collected, sir, in Ramagundam also and Adilabad also. New airports have to be created, sir. We, for the last 10 years, under the guidance of leadership of KCR, we have been requesting them, sir. Sir, this minister knows Telugu and he is known by everyone. Sir, we request him, at least through in your tenure, please give at least 5 airports to the state of Telangana. Telangana needs development, sir. Sir, students are going to US from Hyderabad only, from Andhra Pradesh and Hyderabad. They are migrating to US. So especially I request him to restore the flight services from Hyderabad to America, sir. Sir, I congratulate him once again for giving the airport in Warangal, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Dr. M. Thambi Durai. Dr. M. Thambi Durai, not present. Sri Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu ji to reply the discussion.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, for giving me the opportunity. In fact, almost 16 members have spoken on this very important bill, the Protection of Interest in Aircraft Objects 2025. And the interest that has been shown by all the members, first of all, I'd like to thank them for giving all the suggestions and participating very intensely in the debates also. And there were discussions not only limiting us to the interests of the bill, but more than that. And I would like to say that this is the kind of passion that civil aviation is invoking in all the members of the parliament or also the citizens of this country today. And the kind of progress that we have seen in civil aviation in the last 10 years, definitely I'd like to put it on record that it was not an easy task. And it was not a job of one day that we have done this thing, and that is why we are seeing so much growth. But I can say this definitely, even though it is not a one-day's job, but it was the mission of one man who is the Prime Minister of this country, Narendra Modi ji, from 2014. Since he has become the Prime Minister of this country, the kind of support, the kind of vision with which he has encouraged and moved civil aviation in the country, we are able to grow so much, and we have now proudly say that we are the third largest domestic civil aviation market in the whole world. And I would like to also put some numbers, and I keep saying this everywhere on every platform, including the parliament, while answering the questions and also when attending some important summits. One is in 2014, the total domestic passenger market that we had in the country, sir, is 60.7 million. 60.7 million domestic passenger market in 2014. And where we stand today in 2024, 161.3 million. More than double we are seeing passenger growth in this country. And if you add international passengers also, what was 43 million in 2014, we are now at 66.8 in 2024. Number of aircrafts in the country, around 359 used to operate in 2014. Now we have 840 aircrafts operating in the country, making 4,000 journeys across the country every single day. And you look at number of airports. Just now some members have also highlighted that number, which is 74. 74 airports in 2014 to a staggering number of 159 in 2025 and still counting. This is the kind of growth which no other country in the last 10 years would have witnessed. Many countries are similar to India in this financial stages. Some are having very similar conditions, but the kind of growth that India has seen is because of the vision and the mission of one man, that is our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, sir. And the year-on-year growth that civil aviation has seen, 9.7% CAGR. Many departments tried to achieve this growth, but this we can proudly say that civil aviation has achieved this kind of growth. And the mission behind the drive for our Prime Minister has also been one mantra, which is Hawai Chappal se Hawai Jahaj ka safar.
The journey from slippers to the air journey.
On why we are talking about it, but has that mantra ever been thought about before 2014? Why was it not spoken in such a way? Before 2014 also we had civil aviation in the country. We had planes moving in the country. We had aspirational citizens of the country who wanted to dream about flying in the airplane. But it was only after Narendra Modi ji has come into picture that he has envisioned that civil aviation shouldn't be an exclusive way of travel. It should be an inclusive way of travel. Every one of the country should aspire to travel by air. And that is where this mantra has propelled the government to bring in many changes, to bring in many good schemes, so that we can bring the common man of this country, the ambitions, the aspirations, his dreams, just like how a flight takes off. Narendra Modi ji wanted to give the 140 crore people of this country the wings to fly, the wings for their dreams to fly in this country. And we have done that through the Udan scheme, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, a revolutionary scheme. In the last 10 years, I would like to once again say that what we have done with civil aviation, this NDA government, what it has done in the last 10 years for civil aviation, it was not just renovation. There were many airports in the country we wanted to renovate, increase the capacity. But it is not just renovation, but what NDA government has done for civil aviation is it brought in a revolution in the country for civil aviation, and that is what we have proudly done. And the revolution is through the airports, through the airlines. And it was a very challenging period also. A couple of big airlines have exited the industry. Go Air, Jet Airways, they've gone bankrupt. And on the other side, you have seen COVID, which has hit majorly the civil aviation industry. At one point of time, all hundreds of planes moving in the country have just been grounded. And even with these kind of challenges, I have just given you the numbers on how exponentially civil aviation has grown in this country. So the support that our Honorable Prime Minister has given through his vision, I would once again use the floor of the House to thank him for continuously encouraging. And in fact, you would see that two ministers, we are both sitting here, Minister for Civil Aviation and Minister of State for Civil Aviation, Murlidhar Maholji, who comes from Pune. We are both very young today. And the reason our Prime Minister has given us the responsibility of driving civil aviation is because he feels that civil aviation requires young blood today. And whatever growth we have seen in the last 10 years, it's still the beginning. We need new ideas. We need new ways of dealing with this. We need harmonization with the international standards. And it is with that approach, the government is trying to keep the momentum that we have achieved in civil aviation and continue to move it forward. And one other major challenge that we see is, which also many people talk about, is the airfares. And airfares is not just an issue where we have a one single point of approach by saying that if this is what we can do, we can bring the airfares down. Civil aviation is a global subject today. A plane flies from here. We do domestic travel, but we do international travel also. Flights travel from Delhi to New York. Flights travel from Mumbai to Australia. So it is a harmonization that is required across the international jurisdictions. And it was in 2001, when aircraft leasing business was also growing, that was when the international leasing industries, airlines, governments, everyone came together that we had to do something more so that we can harmonize the whole industry around civil aviation across all the countries. And this was an issue which was majorly faced by the leasing industries because the lessor was sitting in one country, the banking sector was sitting in, the banking who was trying to facilitate the lease was sitting in another country. The airlines who wants to operate the airline is sitting in another country. And they all had multiple jurisdictions in their own countries trying to deal with this leasing business. And that became a challenge internationally for the airlines, for the industry, for the banking sector. So it was in 2001, the Cape Town Convention happened. And one of the reasons for this was just how to facilitate the leasing industry and bring all the countries on board and create a uniform legislation which everyone can follow. And there were three protocols which were discussed. One is regarding the space industry, one the railway industry, and the other one was the aircraft objects industry. And in 2001, the convention happened, the protocols were discussed, deliberated, and the protocols were also formulated. But India was not initially a signatory of this. 2001, everything happened. By 2005, the pressure was building up on India that they also had to assent to this protocol and convention, because the leasing business was growing at that time. And I have to tell you, it is a very price-sensitive industry, civil aviation. Now, we all want more planes to come into the industry, more planes to fly in our skies, but every plane is very, very expensive. For you to purchase the plane yourself as a company, it puts a lot of financial stress on your own balance sheets. So which was why there was a lot of encouragement towards the leasing industry. And around this time, 90s and 2000s, lot of the nationalization which was happening with the air carriers, they were all becoming privatized. I have many countries like France, British Airways, which the government was holding before, they all were privatized. And once privatization happened, the way they wanted to operate was through leasing models. And now in 2005, pressure started building up. India at that time was thinking how to get this Cape Town Convention into effect in India also. And it took the opinion of the law ministry at that time. And the law ministry was with the idea that we don't need to have a separate bill for this, a separate act in the country, but let us go with ratifying it through the cabinet itself. In 2007, cabinet happened, it was ratified. India signed the papers, it sent the declaration to the International Civil Aviation Authority. And by 2008, things were in place, but we didn't have a legislation yet. It was just we were a signatory to the Cape Town Convention and the Aircraft Protocol. And we had a small mechanism within ourselves that, okay, we are agreed to have this kind of systems in India. And things started happening. Leasing business grew. And in 2015, we have observed that there were some inconsistencies happening in the industry. 2015 SpiceJet, it had defaulted on a couple of lessors' payments at that time. So the lessors were very eager to get the money back. And they have this IDERA agreement, which actually gives them the right to take back the aircraft in case of any default of payments. But when they were trying to invoke the IDERA agreement, then the DGCA, which is the official authority to manage these kind of things, they were with the opinion that there was no legislation which was backing them to invoke the IDERA. So at that time, the easiest thing to do was to change the aircraft rules. So through the aircraft rules, DGCA was given the power to invoke the IDERA, and a temporary solution was formulated at that time. And in 2016, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code came into place, which was dealing with the insolvency and bankruptcy at a general blanket way of all the companies. And after that, in 2019, Jet Airways went bankrupt. But when Jet Airways went bankrupt and the NCLT wanted to put the moratorium, the lessors were a little bit aware of the picture, what might happen, and they invoked the IDERA and they took all the planes, deregistered them through the DGCA, and they took them back. So what could have been a very big problem at that time, because of the quick readiness of the lessors, we were able to avoid it. But still, the things were moving according to the rules and this just the general signatory that we have. And then Go Air also went bankrupt. When Go Air went bankrupt, the NCLT put a moratorium, and it said this time DGCA won't get the planes deregistered. So many of the planes which were supposed to be taken back by the lessors were sitting on the ground. They were not being able to maintain the aircrafts. So there was a general loss the industry had felt. Now, over all these examples that I've mentioned, what was observed by the industry, the airlines, the banks, everyone was that there was no proper legislation in the country. There were a lot of inconsistencies happening. There were a lot of interpretations from different people in a different way. So there was no common legislation which was dealing with the leasing industry. And what this whole thing has led to is that a drop of Cape Town Convention compliance index, which is being maintained by Aviation Working Group across the globe, where more than 400 stakeholders are part of it. And they maintain a score. And India's score went down to 50. Just to give an example on where we stand, Singapore has up to 92. US has around 90. So some of the countries who really regularly deal with this leasing industry, they try to maintain above 90. And we were suddenly dropped up to 50. Now, what this created was a ripple effect that once the score goes down, the leasing costs go up because nobody finds it more attractive to come to India and lease their planes. Now, if the leasing costs go up, if you want to lease more planes, it becomes more hard on you to lease these planes. And if you have more hardships in leasing these planes, you'll have less number of fleet operating, with the kind of demand we are setting on the other side in the country, more demand on these planes itself for having the passengers travel on them, and then the air prices also rise up. So everything is all interlinked with one and another step. So that is why the whole reason we are bringing this act is to give force of law to the Cape Town Convention and the protocol. So that is what, if you see the majority of the act also, other than giving it the force of law, it contains the Cape Town Convention, it contains the aircraft protocol, and the declaration which we are signing, abiding ourselves to both the convention and the protocol as a signatory to International Civil Aviation Organization. That is the major gist of this. And if you look at the airlines also, their comments on how they feel about how this leasing industry business is going on. Air India Upon the enactment of this legislation, we improve India's compliance score in the AWG's outlook, making Indian airlines eligible for CTC discount, which will significantly reduce leasing costs by approximately 8 to 10%. So once by getting this act into place, you're reducing the leasing cost by 8 to 10%. Now, these are the costs which are going to trickle down to the passenger and the airfares also. That is why this becomes very, very important for us. Indigo also. In absence of legislation, it might be possible that other lessors may reduce their exposure in India or increase their pricing further between another 5 to 10% over and above, and to the increase of 15%. They also have a very similar picture in mind. Akasa Air, in the absence of legislation, lease rates may increase by an additional USD of 15,000 per month, and SLB gains drop by an additional USD 1.5 million per aircraft over the already higher rates. So they all are indicating that if you don't have the legislation, you're basically paying high rates and you're at a disadvantage from the other countries. And this is the time when civil aviation is growing in India. You need to have proper legislations in place so that we can bring in more planes into the country. So this was the idea from the industry also, because one of the members asked how the industry is reacting, how the airlines are reacting to this legislation. So they are very eagerly waiting that as soon as we pass this bill here and in the Lok Sabha and becomes an act, they will be getting the advantage, and through which they can trickle down the advantage to the passengers of this country. And more than that, sir, I've talked about the AWG score also, which is up to 50 now. There is a slight improvement up to 62, but we are aiming to reach up to 90 so that the leasing business also flourishes. And also with the support of our Honorable Prime Minister, Gift City, which was done in Gujarat, we also have a specific incentives that were given so that we can have the leasing industry in the country itself. Now, one, you can have the leasing industry outside, where Ireland takes a very good advantage. Ireland has a very good leasing industry hub in the whole world. Dubai has also taken a certain lead in that industry. Singapore also has taken a certain lead in this industry. And now our Honorable Prime Minister has come to the thought that why shouldn't we have our own leasing industry? We are leasing so many planes every year. I've talked about 840 planes operating in our Indian skies. 86.4% of those planes are in the leasing model today. The airlines are preferring to go into the leasing model. Now, when they lease, they go to other countries and lease. Now, when you go to other countries and lease, there is a forex trading also happening. So you're losing out on that. The costs add up in the forex also come down basically onto the passenger. So our Prime Minister has thought we should have the leasing industry here. And based on that, many incentives have been given in the Gift City, like exemption on income tax for the sale of equity shares of IFSC entities involved in aircraft leasing, subject to specific conditions, exemption of dividend income for units engaged in aircraft leasing at the IFSC, 100% tax holiday for first 10 years of operations. So many of these incentives have been clubbed together so that we can encourage the local industry to also cater for leasing business. And through this, we have done many significant strides also, sir. 33 aircraft leasing entities have been registered by January 31st, 2025, leasing 146 aviation assets, including 75 aircrafts and 71 engines. So we have made significant progress in this industry. But everywhere, when we talk about leasing in the Indian landscape, everyone was requesting that when are we going to have the legislation? Because no matter how far you travel down this road, always the roadblock that they seem to face, or the doubt, the confusion that they seem to arise, was because of not having the legal backing to this kind of legislation. So this is what we aim to bring through this act, sir. And many, both, we are not differentiating between Indian and foreign leasing companies, but this is going to definitely give a boost for the Indian leasing companies also, because the Indian leasing companies, just now Sanjay ji has also mentioned, for the Indian leasing companies, anyway, the whole backing comes from the banking industry. That's where the money comes from. And even for the banking industry, for them to see how to support this industry, because for them risk is also involved. And for them, it is important to have a legislation in place. Because unless without the legislation, they just can't be on the, just how the industry performs. And one other example, sir, the SARFAESI Act 2002, securitization and asset reconstruction of financial assets and enforcement of security interests. This SARFAESI Act does not apply to aircrafts. So again, there was a need for some act to give that backing so that the banking industry feels that they can be a little more profitable in entering into the aircraft business. So the CTC bill, which is this bill, it is intended to give protection to security interests by which financiers, which are like the banks, will be comfortable in financing aviation assets also. So there is a multiple benefits that we are getting just by giving a legal force of law to the whole Cape Town Convention. And through this, we also see that the whole leasing industry is also going to increase. And there are a lot of requirement from the airline side also, just like I have mentioned, how they all want to improve the leasing business in the country, sir. And many different things which are dependent on the leasing, just like how the sale and leaseback model, which is another part of the leasing industry, how the airlines also, they are trying to purchase the aircraft first, and then they sell it, and then lease back from the same guy. And this is a model which our Indigo has been successfully operating today. And out of 397 aircrafts that they've bought, 350 have been put under the SLB model, where they've sold these 350 back to someone and then leased from there. So this also industry and the leasing processes that are gaining momentum, they all are needing this kind of act in place. And definitely this is going to give a lot of push to the whole civil aviation in the country. And on top of this, sir, many other questions have also been raised during the discussion of this by many of the members. And one important one is, how does it deal with the inconsistencies with the insolvency and bankruptcy code? Because that is the major relation this one has. Now, IBC code in general deals with the insolvency and bankruptcy of companies. They have the NCLT and they have a certain way of dealing with it. But now with aircrafts also coming into that ambit, it created a lot of confusion for the lessors who wanted to lease their this thing. Now, a simple way of explaining it, what was happening before, if not for the bill, now if you are trying to rent a house from an owner and you are due to someone who you have to pay someone some kind of money. Now, if you are not paying the money, the person who you owe the money is going back to the owner of the house and asking him for the money. Now, this is a strange combination that has arisen because of the insolvency and bankruptcy code in respect to aircraft. So there was supposed to be some kind of clarity with the airline industry. And that is what we have brought in through the CTC bill. And this is going to create a lot of clarity on how the whole leasing industry should function. And also, especially when there is a problem of insolvency in the country regarding the airlines, then this bill can come into effect, and there is a period of 60 days, 2 calendar months, within which you can settle all the dues, and the lessors can take their planes back, which is rightfully their owned. So it was very important to create that kind of differentiation between the insolvency and bankruptcy code and the Cape Town Convention, sir, and that is what we have done here. And how are the domestic laws protected under this bill? Sir, this bill gives force of law to international obligations of India arising from the accession of convention and protocol, like I've already said. And it has also been provided that the bill, in addition to the provisions of the bill, provide adequate protection to the existing domestic laws by overriding only such provisions which are inconsistent with the already exceeded treaties. So it is not going into any domain which is not related to aircraft objects. Only when the aircraft objects come into place, only then this bill will come into effect. Now, insolvency and bankruptcy code deals with many bigger things. So we are not entering into all the things that insolvency and bankruptcy code deals with. We are only saying whenever there is an aircraft object coming into place, only then this bill is going to prevail, and this bill is going to look after the things on how to deal with the aircraft objects. And sir, how just now Jairamji has also asked about international and domestic lessors, that we have answered that there's no differentiation. Lessors is a lessor. And from our side, we want the domestic lessors also to come more and more. And this bill is going to give that kind of strong protection for the domestic lessors also, so that they can come into the industry. And how does it protect the smaller airlines? Now, just like I said, if the leasing industry improves, even for the smaller people running smaller aircraft, smaller airline operators, they also will find it more and more incentivized for them to lease planes. Without this, just with the compliance report very low, the CTC index very low, it becomes very hard for the smaller people also to lease any plane. Now with this, the smaller airlines can lease much higher number of planes, and then with the more number of planes, automatically gives a boost to both the airline operators and also the civil aviation market. Now, what is the role of DGCA in all of this? And through the bill only we have mentioned, sir, DGCA becomes the domestic registry. There is an international registry at the ICAO, and also domestic registry is going to be maintained by the central government, especially the division of DGCA. And now through the bill, we have also created a provision that all the airline operators regularly have to intimate the DGCA on how many dues are still pending with what kind of lessors on plane basis, not just overall from the airline point of view, but plane by plane, whatever anyone is leasing from any lessor, they have to periodically intimate the DGCA. They have to keep a list of all the dues they have with all the lessors. That registry is going to be maintained. And even for the lessors, they have to also continuously intimate about the activity that they are doing in the country also, sir. So this will create a lot of security for both the lessors and the lessees, and the overall aviation market also, because there has been a lot of confusion in this area. It has been a gray area for some time. And now with the bringing of this bill, definitely it is going to create a lot more clarity. And we hope this is going to give a lot of push for the leasing industry, which is the need of the hour. There is an immediate need for this bill to be there in the industry, sir. And it is with this speed that we wanted to bring in. And I'm very happy that many of the members who have spoken of this bill understand the seriousness of this, and they have supported it. And there have been many members who have taken the opportunity of this bill to talk about some local issues, some of their airport issues, some of the connectivity issues also. And it is very difficult to answer each and every person individually, but I'd like to mention some states. One was Bihar, which they have mentioned about not having an international airport other than Gaya International Airport. I'll come to some of the states. Bihar has a very peculiar situation, sir. Bihar has Patna. In the capital city, there are two airports at present. One is the Patna airport, and also Beta airport, which we are trying to develop, which is a civil enclave. It's an Air Force airport, and we have taken some land and we want to develop. But even though they both will be operating, we can't do international planes because of the fixed runway length that is there. We can't do wide body aircrafts there, which is why, in the interest of the Bihar,
Please,
in the interest of Bihar and the citizens there, we want to create an international airport. And I would like to thank the Honorable Finance Minister for specifically mentioning it in the budget, that we will be creating an international airport near Patna in Bihar. And from our side, civil aviation side, we are looking at all the possible locations, and we'll choose one of the best location, which is near Patna, and from where international planes can fly from the city of Patna. And that is the intention with which we are looking at.
Please,
For
please,
Darbhanga, I'll come to
please
all the
take your
states.
seat.
Just
No,
give me some
please.
time. I'll come to all the states. I know this is the most interesting aspect, sir. The bill is there definitely,
Yes.
but the aspirations is for the local demand in the local airports. And other than this, the Darbhanga airport we are developing with a cost of more than 1,400 crores. We have put in. The work is going on. Purnia airport also we are developing right now, sir. There has been a cooperation from the state government in respect to land that is required. We are presently constructing it. And by August or September, we see that the terminal is going to finish, and definitely we are going to start operations from Purnia airport also. And we have already started building it also. And then we have other airports, sir. Let me take the state of Telangana now. Telangana, we have taken a historical decision of granting permission, site clearance also for in principle approval for airport in Warangal, sir. Warangal used to be one of the biggest airports in the country pre-independence era. And after some time, there used to be Vaidut Airlines also, which was flying from there. But because of lot of different reasons, the airport stopped functioning in 1980s sometime, and since then there has been a strong demand from the locals there to start the airport. And now with the support of state government, with the proper vision of the central government, we were able to grant the site clearance, and very soon we are going to start the work in Warangal airport also, and we plan on building one of the best airports in the country in Warangal also, sir. And the Telangana government also has a demand for many other areas. And with the cooperation and support from the state government, we are going to see if we get the required piece of land in the required area, that definitely all the other areas also, sir, we'll definitely look into it. And also the state of Kerala, I'm coming to you, sir. Kerala, one Kannur airport, right from Chief Minister to members here, both Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, they've been asking for point of call from that airport. Kerala is the only state where they have 3 airports which already have point of call. One is the Trivandrum, Kochi, and Calicut. And properly flights are going international, and some domestic also are flying from Kannur airport also, sir. Point of call, definitely there are money requests from across the country also. We need to have a balanced approach for all the other states. So definitely we will look into it, but it has to be a balanced approach considering all states. The only thing that the government has here, and I'll be very honest and open with you, sir, 2 things is, one, we want to have our own Indian airports to function as hubs. Now you see in the Gulf, Singapore, Turkey and all these countries, they are trying to grow their own airports at the cost of our Indian airports, because they are trying to take the passenger traffic from here, take them to their own countries, and from there they are trying to connect to the whole world. What we want to see is India have its own hubs in the country itself, so that they can also flourish. Now we are at a strategical location for the east and the west, where people from the west can use India as the hub. Now, unless we try to improve the hub situation in the country, we can't be able to facilitate for that. And if you start diverting our traffic to all other areas, then it becomes very difficult for our Indian airports to grow at that stage. And the second thing is, we want to protect the Indian carriers who are operating from India, sir. So we have an obligation that we want to improve the Indian carriers also. So it is with these two situations, it is
Mr.
with
Wilson,
these two
please.
situations that we need to have a very balanced approach when we think about giving a point of call for a new destination. But I agree to the demand, because this is a demand which has been there across the country.
Please, Mr. Rahim,
And
take
we
your
are going to see what best we can do. And we have done a lot for the state of Kerala also, sir, and we'll continuously keep doing so. Our support for Kerala is continuously going to be there from the Ministry of Civil Aviation. We want all the airports to grow. And one challenge, what the Hajj that has been done, which has been mentioned, sir, the Hajj, every year there is a tender by the Ministry of Minority Affairs from all the airports on how many people need to be carried to the Hajj. And now what happened here is, the tender, the bidding which was happened is at that level. It's a very transparent and accountable way of dealing with this Hajj thing. And that is how the bidders came in. That is how the bidders came in, and it was through the process how they were selected. But one interesting thing, Calicut, the runway we are trying to extend. Once the runway is extended, then you can have the wide body aircrafts also there today, and we'll get back to the situation before. Because of one incident which happened at the Calicut airport, we didn't want the tabletop airport to be there like that. We wanted to extend the runway, and the ministry is continuously reviewing the situation, and we want to get the work done as soon as possible, which is going to improve the airport situation in Calicut also. And other than that, Bhubaneswar, our people from Odisha have also requested for many other airports.
Please
Many
take
other
your
airports
place.
have also
No.
been mentioned.
Please.
Sir, all the airports, whatever we are getting requests, sir, we are thoroughly assessing. The only thing is, we see the feasibility, economic feasibility, and also the technical feasibility of the land, and then we start moving in, sir. And now I've told already that from 74 we have moved on to 159. And only because of the support that Ministry of Civil Aviation is able to give, we have been able to increase. We are not restricting people from not having airports, but definitely the support has to come from the state government also in starting to provide the land. And now today we are also seeing that the major cities like Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata, all these require second airports, sir. We have come to that stage where all the metropolitan cities are getting saturated and require new airports. Now Mumbai, the existing airport is there, Santa Cruz, and now we are building Navi Mumbai Airport. Now Delhi, including the
Please,
IGI
please,
Airport, we
आपस में
have
बैठकर
Jewar
बात ना करें,
International
please.
Airport, which is going to come up. Now Bangalore has already been discussing for new airport in Bangalore. The state government is proactively moving in selecting some sites for that. And on top of that, sir, on top
Please,
of
please
that,
take your seat.
Bhubaneswar
Chair
is
has
there.
not allowed,
Bhubaneswar
please.
is also trying to have an additional airport in Puri. So they have selected some land and they are trying to move in Puri. Chennai also, Parandur Airport is also coming up. Now Calcutta, West Bengal, I would like to make a request that Calcutta Airport also needs another one right now, being a metropolitan city and a very important city in the country. So the state government should look at having an alternate airport, a second airport which caters for the city of Calcutta, because that is very much required today. Unless you start moving into that direction today, unless you
Please,
start
please.
providing that land, it becomes very difficult in the future. So, like just how other metropolitan cities are moving in that direction, I would request states and the governments there to thoroughly look at this. This is a requirement not just for today, but the future also. And I would use this forum to request through the members to their respective states
Please,
to
please, Mr.
definitely
Wilson.
support the idea of creating more airports. And sir, we are with the idea that in the next 5 years, we can build 50 more airports. And I would also like to thank the Honorable Finance Minister. Udan scheme, what has been there for 10 years, from 2016 to 2026, because of the way it has revolutionized and democratized air travel in the country, we have extended the scheme for another 10 years. So from 2026 to 2036, we are going to see an expanded Udan scheme through which we want to build 120 new destinations in the country. And we want to make 4 crore people travel under the Udan scheme, which is going to be much more access, which is going to give much more access to the citizens of this country. So we have grand plans coming in the future also. And to achieve this, we require the support of the state governments also in providing the land, in trying to acquire the land. So if the states can be proactive in this area, then definitely from the central government and the Ministry of Civil Aviation, we will provide all the necessary support. We don't see any politics in this area. We just want the country to thrive. We just want the country to become the #1 in civil aviation, not just in terms of hub and connectivity, but also in giving accessible, comfortable, and convenient travel to the passengers also. And one initiative we have started under the Udan scheme, sir, we have connected the unserved and underserved airports of this country, where there were no flights traveling at all. There was a challenge on how to connect these airports, and it was through that vision the Udan scheme came into place. And after Udan scheme came into place, we have started more than 642 routes in this country where no planes were operating. No planes were trying to take up those routes. But through the viability gap funding under Udan scheme and developing of those airports and creating that infrastructure so that people and planes can move from that area, we have been able to start 600 more routes in that selected this thing. And now we have taken certain inspiration from Udan scheme also. Now you may agree or not agree, some people in this house, but after the involvement of the Udan scheme, lot of the lower middle class and a lot of the people who are migrant laborers working in different countries, they have all started to use air travel. What used to be a travel by train, they are starting to use. And now there has been a lot of debate on the prices in the airports also, on how. And taking inspiration from the Udan scheme, we have started Udan Yatri Cafe in the airports also, where water bottle we are providing for 10 rupees, tea, coffee for 20 rupees, samosa for 20 rupees. This is the first kind of initiative, and I don't think even the railways will have these kind of prices what airports are trying to give today. We have started in Kolkata, which is doing record number of sales. We have started in Chennai. We have started in Ahmedabad. We are starting in 8 more airports, and we want to do it in each and every airport of this country. Each and every airport of this country, we want to have a stall where at least if someone wants to buy something, he doesn't feel that I can't have anything here. We create at least, even though airports are supposed to be facilitating for the travel, we are ensuring that at least in this sense, we have to make sure that he doesn't go hungry at the airport. And we are creating these Udan Yatri cafes, which has been successfully done in the initiative. And in the future, we are going to make it possible in all these things. And when it comes to airfare, I know it is a very contentious topic of discussion for all the members. already told you that when it comes to airfares, it is a work in progress and lot of things need to come into place. If you try to break up the airfare itself, there will be hundreds of things which try to affect the airfares, right from the fuel prices, right from the kind of leasing charges that are taken, and the MRO costs that are involved, and the kind of people that get involved in maintaining the aircraft. So many things are there. So capping the airfares and trying to have a one-stop approach is not followed by any country. We are trying to follow what the market dynamic fare pricing, and definitely inside that, if there is anything which malpractices are there, or misusing or misutilization or taking advantage of the market is there, definitely the Ministry of Civil Aviation is going to take necessary actions. We are going to ensure those kind of situations doesn't arise, but to create a balance between the industry and between having the planes run, having the airlines also run in the country and providing those connections, it is important for us to have a balanced approach in all of this, sir. And you've seen that all the airlines, if you look at their financials, all of them, except for Indigo, all of them are in negative right now, their balance sheets. So it is important to see that the airlines also perform. If you take out one airline, let us say if you make it non-viable for one airline, if they go bankrupt, and if 200 of their planes don't perform in the country, and how many cities get disconnected now? How many of the routes don't get facilitated now? So it is important for us to think on a long term and try to see how collectively we can grow so that the airfares are also reasonable, the air travel continuously grows, and also the industry creates a lot of job creation for the youth who are very passionate about civil aviation in the country. And I would once again, on behalf of myself and the MOS, Murlidhar Mohalji, would like to request the House in their full-fledged support in this, sir. And I would also like to, because ex-Prime Minister Devegowda ji is also there. Sir,
Mr. Wilson,
for Hassan
no,
Airport,
no, this is not proper.
for Hassan Airport, we are
No, no,
continuously trying to push it from our side, sir. State
Please.
government needs to also step up in that area, and we are trying to do our best so that we can complete it on time. So I just wanted to give these remarks to the Honorable ex-Prime Minister. With this, I would like to ask for each and everyone's support in this bill, sir. This is a very important bill which the industry needs today, and everyone, each and everyone from the industry is going to appreciate the way this is going to change the aviation landscape in the country. So once again, I would like to sincerely request for the support. With these words, I would like to end.
Thank you. माननीय प्लीज माननीय मंत्री जी का जवाब बिल
The answer of the Honorable Minister is over. Now, before moving ahead, the LOP would like to give some suggestion. So it is not related to this bill. However, the Honorable Minister has spoken at length, and he also spoke about Hassan. He made a reference about Hassan, and he also made references to other places like Chennai. I would like to thank him. However, the airports at the new airports, we do not have flight operations. And sir, I would like to give some examples. As for example, you take the example of all the members of parliament, whether they belong to Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha. They, even if they try hard, and if they contribute 1 lakh rupees each, the government should hand over 1,000 acre of land to them, and they could not create runway. We took fund from the state government, and after that we constructed runway. They were not ready for building, for construction of building. We provided help in construction of building. After that, the lighting arrangements were also done. Then under Manrega, we constructed the compound, and so that people would also get some job, and the airport security will also be beefed up. So we provided all these facilities. And even then, the flight operations are very few and far between. Only one flight of some star airline comes once a week. When we placed a request in this regard, I even wrote to the Prime Minister, I wrote to Naidu Sahab, I wrote to Jyotiraj Sindhya ji. For the last 4 years, I have been making efforts in this regard. And I don't know whether you have any ill will towards me.
आप देखिए
So please look into this. So this is the longest airport after Bangalore. And for that, the Prime Minister himself has deboarded in Kalburgi twice, because this is the biggest, longest runway. From there, he took flight for Sholapur and Latur and Bidar. So all these are my contribution, and I am really ashamed that the people who have provided land, the people who have provided assistance, I am not wrong. I am not making any incorrect statement. This is public contribution. People of local people, they have contributed for this airport. But even then, I have been writing to them, and not only to the current minister, I have written to the earlier minister also. From Bangalore to Kalburgi, there was only one flight earlier, and that flight belonged to the Gutka owner. The flight started from UP, that was discontinued, and later you have made your point. You have made your point. Please listen to me. Sir, I am not making any incorrect statement. Sir, let me inform the honorable minister what we have done in this regard. And you are speaking about the ex-prime minister. You are trying to appease him that in Hassan an airport will be constructed. And when he was prime minister, he was the chief minister, he could not construct an airport there. And today you are trying to appease him.
Thank you, Khargeji.
अब आपने
You have made your point, sir.
आगे आगे हम
Please let the business continue. Whenever we rise and make our point, please allow us. Am I saying something wrong? See what all institutions are there, why it has been demanded. There we have Central University, we have the medical colleges of ESI, paramedical colleges, nursing colleges, dental colleges. All these colleges are there. There are 3 government colleges. See, if you will not allow me to speak, in that small area only, we have made a high court, and 4 judges of high court from Bangalore come and go, and even reply has happened. Honorable LOP, you have made your point. Sir, if you do not want to listen to me, I cannot do anything. What is happening? Honorable Minister, Sir, senior member Khargeji has mentioned about Kalburgi Airport, but the way he spoke about it very passionately, I would like to say that every state government has contributed passionately towards the construction of 150 airports in the country, and
Governments have come into picture. They have taken that airport building very, very seriously, and with everyone's cooperation only we have built. And it is not just one government or one person doing anything everywhere. So definitely we have received the request, sir, and we are trying to do our best. We speak to the airlines, and not just connectivity from here. Every now and then, every member in the house, outside the house, when they meet me, their whole aspirations is to get their place connected. Now, this is the way India is operating today, that we have these airports located at all these locations. Now, there are no planes, not that much as much we can cater for the demand today. So definitely, to cater for the demand, we need more number of planes. And we are continuously discussing with the airlines to give better connectivity where the demand is there. And definitely Kalburgi also, sir, I'll put into the word. and we are trying to facilitate the connection. And we were talking about ex-Prime Minister, unka bhi mention isliye kiya, sir.
We mentioned him because it relates to the state government. Please help us. Please talk to the state government for completion of Hassan Airport. You were mentioning it. Please help us in that regard, sir.
But the question is that the protection of interest in aircraft objects bill 2025 be taken into consideration. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We shall now take up clause by clause consideration of the bill. Clauses 2 to 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clauses 2 to 5 are adopted. Clause 6 stands part of the bill. There is one amendment. Number 2 by Dr. John Britas. Are you moving the amendment? Not present. I shall now put the clause 6 to vote. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 6 is adopted. Insertion of new clause 6A. There is one amendment for insertion of new clause 6A. Number 5, Dr. B. Sivadasan. Are you moving?
Yes, sir. I like to move.
So amendment moved. Those in favor will please say aye. Those in favor will please say aye. Manoj Haji, please, let me read it. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the noes have it, the noes have it, the noes have it. The amendment is negative. Clauses 7 to 9 stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clauses 7 to 9 are adopted. Clause 10 stands part of the bill. There is one amendment, number 3 by Dr. John Britas. Not present. I shall now put the clause 10 to vote. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 10 is adopted. Clauses 11 stands part of the bill. There are two amendments. Number 1 by Sri A. Rahim. Are you moving it?
Sir, I am moving the amendment.
Okay. Number 4 by Dr. John Britas. Not present. So amendment moved. I shall first put the amendment moved by Sri A. Rahim to vote. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the noes have it, the noes have it, the noes have it. The amendment is negative. John Britas absent. I shall now put the clause 11 to vote. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 1 is adopted. Clause 12, the first schedule, the second schedule, and the third schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 12, the first schedule, the second schedule, and the third schedule are adopted. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title are adopted. Sri Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu to move that the bill be passed.
Sir, I move that the bill be passed.
Motion moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed. Now the Tribhuvan Sehkari University Bill 2025, Sri Murlidhar Mohol to move a motion for consideration of the Tribhuvan Sehkari University Bill 2025. अनेक कैबिनेट मंत्री
माननीय उपसभापति महोदय,
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. On behalf of Shri Amit Shah, I move that the bill to establish the Institute of Rural Management Anand as a university to be known as the Tribhuvan Sehakari University and to declare the same as an institution of national importance. It should be taken into consideration as passed by Lok Sabha. Would you like to say something about this bill later?
For participation in the discussion. Mani Shri Digvijay Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. Sir, we would have liked the Honorable Home Minister to be present in the House because this matter pertains to his home state and on his suggestion and wisdom, this ministry has been assigned to the Home Ministry. We are very grateful to the Honorable Minister and the government. Please maintain silence. You have named this cooperative university on the name of a great stalwart, Tribhuvan Dasji Patel, who, with the inspiration of Vallabhbhai Patel ji and with the help of Korean ji, led the white revolution in this country. And sir, this all happened before 2014. I don't know what happened after that. I hope that the Honorable Minister will enlighten us upon about that. In the democracy, the intention, the policies, the rules of the government are interconnected and in their regime of 11 to 12 years, we see 3 points very evident. First, in every policy, law, or rules, their intention is very clear that it is for the favor of the capitalist regime. Then they also intend to centralize the power. They are intending to snatch away the rights of the states. And thirdly, they have the intention of spreading communal hatred in each and every matter. This reflects their intention very clearly. So, in village Kehra of Gujarat, the milk producers started a movement, Polson Utter. The milk was carried for that, and the farmers protested. They said that you procure the milk at very cheap prices and then you sell it to Mumbai Milk Scheme at a higher price. And they came to Sardar Patel and he said that we must form the cooperative societies, and Morarji Desai ji was asked to help them. And in 1946, Amul Sehkari Samiti started. So this is one such example wherein the producer and the consumer, the rift, the gap between them is tried to be bridged. In today's time, the farmers get only 30 to 40% of the price of their produce after taking the cut of the intermediaries. But Amul is one such institution wherein 80% of the price that the consumers pay reaches to the milk producers. And this is the power of the cooperative movement. And this is the reason in Article 243 of the Constitution, an entire article has been dedicated to cooperatives. Sardar Patel ji had said,
Purpose as the cooperative movement. मैं आपसे अनुरोध कर
I would like to request you, sir, that Sardar Patel had said that cooperation is not only an economic activity, it is a different lifestyle which reflects unity, justice, and harmony. And he had said that this cooperative movement will empower India, and it will keep India united, and it will take India on the path of progress forever. And this is the reason this matter has been put in the state list in the Constitution. Sir, we are witnessing, we are the Council of States, and in this Council of States, slowly and gradually, the rights of the states are being reduced day by day. Amit Shah ji is not here, but I would like to say that if you want to be another Sardar of Gujarat, at least adopt his ideology through cooperative movement, through the farmers of the country, through the consumers. If you have to be like Sardar Patel, you will have to follow his ideology. But they have snatched away the rights of the states. Sir, I would like to submit that today the central government has constituted a cooperation ministry. Earlier, this ministry was with the agriculture ministry. It has always been agriculture cooperative ministry, but with what intention this ministry has been taken away from agriculture ministry, and it has been linked with the Ministry of Home Affairs by the Honorable Prime Minister. I don't know what is the reason behind that. I would like to say that we don't know what is the secret behind it. Joshi ji, you will not be able to get to know this. This is a matter pertaining to Gujarat. Through this bill, cooperatives are being corporatized. The cooperative ministry and the cooperative movement is being taken away from the hands of the workers and the farmers, and it is being given to the industrialists today. In India and globally, the cooperative movement has always based on the ideology of socialism. It has been a labor centric law, and it is led by the laborers and workers. And this is the difference between the capitalism and the cooperative movement. In capitalism, the cooperatives, the capital is being taken by the laborers, and in the cooperative movement, the laborers are given their rights. This is the difference between capitalism and corporates. In our constitution, every 5 years, there should be elections in the cooperative societies. Extent should be given for 6 months, but after that, they should have the elections at all costs. But you can see in many states where there is the double engine government of BJP, the elections of cooperative societies are not happening, and through the administrators, whatever they want, they get it done. I don't know much about other states, but about Madhya Pradesh, I would like to say that there we have 4,536 primary cooperative societies, and out of them, 3,800, that is about 30 80% of the primary agricultural cooperative societies are overdue. They are running in huge losses, and the elections are not happening in those societies. And about 13 district cooperative banks are in shambles. They cannot even give 2,000 rupees to their members, and there are so many scams happening in Shivpuri district cooperative bank. 100 crore rupees scam took place, nothing was done. In Gwalior, 25 crore rupees scam happened, nothing was done. Not only this, madam, in many of the cooperative societies for 20 years no election has happened, and the administrators are appointed there. And honorable minister Joshi ji, at least tell the honorable home minister what's happening. Please tell the corporation minister whatever is happening. Please take note of it. Please see what is happening in these states. Every 5 years the election should take place. It is the provision in the constitution, but in Madhya Pradesh double engine government, the law was changed, and it was said that no matter the elections don't happen, they cooperatives can go on for years together without elections with the administrator that will be appointed. So this is the situation that prevails in our country regarding the cooperative societies. I would like to tell Honorable Amit Shah ji.
Cooperative Apex Bank of Madhya Pradesh, the managing director has been accused of embezzlement, and 12 times PMO has written to the state government to take action against him, but the state government has not taken action against him. That is the condition in which double engine government is functioning. Now, I would like to make a request to you that the establishment of IRMA, uh, Korean ji, who managed Amul and gave it very important status. IRMA was also constituted by him because it needed such managers and such officials who had a sense of devotion to work for the interest of farmers, and somebody who has the capability of mobilizing farmers. And that was the reason why IRMA was established, and the Gujarat government and other people established IRMA, and now this institute like IRMA is being occupied, and that is the purpose why this Sahkarita University Bill has been brought forward, because it was a matter of the rights of state governments. Now, what I would like to say is that broadly, it should not be aligned with other management courses, because other business management institutes, most of their concentration, almost all of their concentration is making such managers or officials who want to earn more and more profit, so that the prices of shares go up. But any corporate does not share the profit with workers. It's not sharing the profit with employees, and that is why I would like to make a request that the management courses in IRMA, and they always had the right to start courses. They had an autonomy, although it is said in the bill that the autonomy will be maintained. But if the central government employs the chancellor and the vice chancellor, and the members will be appointed uh, by the central government, how can this institute have autonomy? So this bill has been brought forward only to occupy IRMA. So far, IRMA has worked for the interest of the people, and IRMA is not a government institute. It is This institute has been working for the interest of milk producers and farmers. Now their rights will be snatched away, and the farmers who have taken shares in cooperative societies, their rights will be snatched away, and the central government will have complete control over this institute. And Honorable Vice Chairperson, Madam, through you, I would like to request the Honorable Home Minister, that the Minister of Cooperatives, that at least they should take care as to who are going to be appointed in the board, in the council. As you are saying that it will continue to be autonomous, but in autonomy, what needs to be paid attention to is that the courses and the faculty which is appointed in those such people should be appointed who think about the welfare of farmers, who are in favor of cooperatives, who are in favor of laborers, and the concept of cooperatives which prevails in the entire world, and which was taken forward by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and he has been a great leader in the field of cooperatives. You install big statues in his name, and you make tall claims in his name, but the entire cooperative movement is being ended, and that is why this bill has been brought forward. And the combined admission test for management institutes should not be followed here. It should be different from that, because the students who want to get admission here, they such people, they work for corporate sector, and that is why they take admission in MBA courses in management colleges. But there should be a separate procedure for admission in such institutes, so that only those students get admission in this institute who want to work among farmers, about among poor people, among laborers, and they want to work for the service of farmers. I would also like to make another submission, that maintaining the autonomy of IRMA is absolutely essential. We support establishing a new university, and we also appreciate the fact that you have named the university after a great leader of Congress, Tribhuvan Das ji. But this university was you could have created a university without including IRMA in that, but you have a hidden agenda. You want to end IRMA, and you want to end cooperative movement of farmers, and that is what they intend, and that is why I would like to make a request, Honorable Joshi ji. I would like you to take my message to him, that it is still time, we still have time. Please keep IRMA Institute away from cooperative university. You may establish a new university, you may start a new cooperative courses, but please do not destroy IRMA. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Shri Narhari Amin.
You have got 15 minutes. Honorable Vice Chairperson, Madam. Tribhuvan Sehkari University Bill 2025.
I would like to deliver my speech in Gujarati. The seeds of cooperative movement in the country were sown before independence by Tribhuvan Das Kashibhai Patel of Kheda district. He was an activist, lawyer, and politician of the Indian independence movement. He became a follower of Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel during the independence movement. He was the pioneer of the Kheda District Milk Producers Cooperative Union and Anand Cooperative Movement. He was given the title of the father of cooperative movement in India. Under the guidance of Honorable Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel in 1946, Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, Anand, Amul Dairy, and National Dairy Development Board were established. And the foundation of the cooperative movement was laid by Sri Tribhuvan Das Patel. Today, Amul Dairy is not only the largest dairy in India, but also in Asia, which is
requirement that these people are asking is to provide low cost capital and long term financing, so that because the shipbuilding as a whole as an industry, it needs to be developed. We don't have a Indian shipping vessel fleet that when compared to any even small countries like France and Italy, they have their own shipping liners, but somehow India doesn't have it. Even China has it as a big nation. So I think we need to look into direction. For that to happen, this low cost and long-term financing is the need of the hour. I hope the minister will take this into account. Coming to the Andhra Pradesh, when we have to talk about the shipping bill, we have to talk about Andhra Pradesh, ma'am, because we have one of the longest coastal line of 1,000 kilometers, and we have the 3 major ports and 12 non-major ports as well, ma'am. We have been coming on board with regards to the by becoming a hub for the shipbuilding and maritime trade. And our Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu recently, I don't know if any other state have announced it, but in Andhra Pradesh there's a maritime policy that has been announced only 3 months back, because we understand the need of this industry, the need to develop this industry. So we have announced this policy. So because of this, there are 5 shipbuilding and ship repair clusters that Union government have announced, and 1 is coming to Andhra Pradesh. I thank the minister for sanctioning this. I thank the Prime Minister also for sanctioning this, ma'am. But on top of this, on top of allocating this shipbuilding and ship repair cluster, what I request is there's a Buckingham Canal that goes that's there from last 100 and 150 years, that goes via my district of Guntur all the way to Chennai, which will reduce the shipping cost and maritime cost. We have a lot of coastal line, lot of ports, ma'am, but at the same time, if there is a inland shipping process also with this Buckingham Canal, I think that will actually bring down the logistics costs I've mentioned earlier. So I request the Honorable Minister to look into this. And last 2 points, ma'am, that this sector needs to be developed. That's why we brought in Andhra Pradesh, brought in the maritime policy. But for this sector to develop, there are 2 things that needs to be kept in mind. One is robust security mechanism that has to be there, and there's a urgent need of safeguarding the port assets. Why I'm telling you, ma'am, there's a robust security mechanism, because the one example I can give you is Visakhapatnam port. There's an incident that happened in the last year around February, March, ma'am, wherein there's a shipping container that have come from Brazil to Andhra Pradesh. They've imported seafood, ma'am, so that seafood for the some industry related to the shrimp industry, ma'am. They imported the seafood. Somehow that Interpol has sent a message saying there is a cocaine that has been coming in. And because someone has alerted, the container that has come into the Vizag port, it has been stopped. Okay, they stopped it. I understand that. But there's a process, due process that needs to be followed. Maybe take 10 days, take 20 days, take 1 month. But the whole process extended by 9 months to clear that there's no cocaine that is being transported in that shipping container. If the process takes 9 months, ma'am, imagine if someone has to come and invest in the sector in India. So how will they be encouraged when this whole process can take 9 months? Eventually, I have to say it in the house, even my name was dragged into that incident. My name was, so that somehow it is associated or something, but eventually there's nothing that is been found. But why I'm telling this example is 9 months of clearing a small issue is doesn't sound well when we are asking for FDI to come in, 100% FDI to come in. So I request the minister to look into this issue. Second issue, ma'am, with regards to the Kakinada port. Kakinada port, my fellow MP is also sitting here, and I'm mentioning this issue because we need to safeguard the port assets. Because I'll give you an example of what has happened. There was in the previous government, what has happened was this Kakinada port, which was valued around 2,500 crores for the 40% stake. It has been taken by force by 494 crores. Whereas where it is owned by 2,500 crores, it has been taken out for 494 crores. Ma'am, this might happen. This will happen. This might happen. Maybe in the inside trading or whatever it is. But the problem, the crux of the problem here is the maritime trade gets affected. The whatever the goods that has to be transported from this port gets hampered because of this non-protection of the port assets, ma'am. So I request the minister to actually look into how these transactions are being done so that there is some transparency, because as a country we don't want to lose any of this. Whenever this transaction happens, there is some income that the government gets, either central government or the state government also gets. Definitely there are so many people that are involved, there's so many employees that are involved in the port, working in this port, they also get affected. So I request the minister to look at it, when we are looking for 100% FDI to come in, when we want the whole thing to be streamlined and much more process driven. I request the minister to look into issues with regards to the security as well as safeguarding of the port assets, ma'am. With this observation, I support this bill wholeheartedly, ma'am. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री आलोक कुमार सुमन जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm grateful to you for giving me this opportunity to speak on the Coastal Shipping Bill 2024. As we all are aware, in our country, we have 7,500 of coastal area, and it can be used for transportation of goods and transportation of people. And this coastline plays a very important role in carrying goods and people to different parts of the world, which is very necessary for the development of this country. It has been observed that transporting goods through sea and rivers is not only easy, it's also cheaper. And the main purpose of bringing this bill is that under the transport connectivity sector, the infrastructure needs to be improved. Madam Chairperson, the coastal trading will get a fillip, and our old laws like the Coasting Vessel Act 1838 and the Merchant Shipping Act 1958 need to be amended. And we also need to take care of safety, security, and pollution issues in the modern world. And if the present bill is passed, then licensing requirement will become easier, and the participation of international companies increase. And this will also, in fact, strengthen national security. Coastal shipping has actually increased by 11% last 3 years. In 2021-22, it was 133 million metric tons of goods which are transported. In 22-23, it increased to 151 million metric tons. In the year 2023-24, it increased to 162 million metric tons. And according to future specs of 2047 made by the government, this number will increase by many times. This will in fact give a fillip to the trade and employment as well. And therefore, whatever problems are there under coastal shipping, that will be taken care of because of the use of this bill. And according to data provided by the Agriculture Ministry, compared to the government ports, the rate of increase of transportation is more in the private ports. And therefore, it is my request that private investment will increase because it will help in increasing employment opportunities. And in case of coastal shipping, the increase hasn't been much in the last few years, and therefore the employment opportunities will increase. But in the year 2023-24, in the major ports, more than 1 crore 750 lakh tons of goods were transported. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Nitish Kumar ji, under the leadership of these two leaders, they have taken a decision that in the 5 states, Gujarat, Kerala, and other 3 states, shipbuilding units be set up. And this will actually strengthen the coastal shipping sector. And after this bill is passed, then it will bring revolutionary changes in the coastal shipping sector. And after the coming of this government, new highways have been set up. Similarly, we'll have highway-like structures in the shipping sector and coastal shipping sector. And therefore, it is my suggestion that more and more infrastructure be provided for this sector to take off. And marine resources sustainable development is also included in this bill. Then therefore, it is my suggestion that green hydrogen and green energy should be promoted so that pollution in the seas be reduced. With these words, I conclude and thank you very much.
माननीय सदस्य श्री अनिल देसाई जी.
Thank you, Chair Madam. Coastal Shipping Bill 2020.
The Coastal Shipping Bill 2024.
I think Shipping Minister is missing from the House. This bill envisages, and it has got a main objective to enhance and strengthen the water-based trade. The trade, India has a more than 7,500 kilometers coastline, out of which around 750 kilometers, which is there in Maharashtra. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, the laws which are there, which shipping industry goes through or observes them, that major ports are connected and regulated from the central government, and minor and intermediate ports are being taken care by the maritime bodies of the state governments. Sir, Madam, when nothing was in sight and when India was ruled by the Britishers, much before that, when the Mughal emperors, they reigned India, it was Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, who you could call or describe him as a visionary who was real admiral of the naval fleet. Kanoji Angre, who was the chief commander of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj naval force. And since then, that Maharashtra, what we have witnessed, what we have seen, but unfortunately over the years, kind of the infrastructure which ought to have been robust infrastructure in place, which is not so here in India. Now that waterways we are looking at, that it's a basic mode of transportation, which is the cheapest, in fact, as compared to rail or even road transport. But what laws we are going to follow? Now here in the bill, if we have, I mean, whatever time has been allotted to me to speak on this, but I would say that, as has been mentioned earlier by, I think, Saugata Royji, that DGCA, the kind of powers which are given to through this bill to the DGCA, Director General, I mean, that concentration of power, that will hamper the objectives and the aims of the bill, what you envisage. There are revision in penalties also. These are the things when we think of encouraging one part, and if government really thinks very seriously to come out with something to roll out to the people who your participation of private players is also envisaged in this. You have thought, you've given a lot of encouragement through that also if private players come into this. If you want to have that, I mean, the kind of liberty which should be given, of course, regulation has to be there to check, but check the accountability, check the regulation of the law, but at the same time, that kind of liberty be given. I mean, if you see the internationally what is happening, compared to that, we are nowhere near international benchmarks. We go by, like for compounding of offenses. I mean, these are the powers which are with the principal officer and the DGCA, the authorities. Now, offenses which happen, one who is a regular history sheeter, I mean, one can understand that revocation of licensing and all that. But those who are there by oversight or inadvertent mistakes when they happen, forgetting the main documents, or I mean absence of main documents when they are asked at the time of check, if they are not found, if severe penalty is given, I mean that hampers not only the growth of that individual or that organization, but it hampers in a big way that ecosystem itself gets disturbed. The another potential what you have seen is regarding the recruitment of good people. What Indian seafarers today are finding, because foreign shippers are the main players who have captured this complete industry. And if Indian vessels, Indian flag vessels are to come into the play, then we have to compare with what is happening internationally. Internationally, total exploitation of our seafarers, sailors is happening. And there has to be check as far as this new regulation is concerned. Their emoluments, their remuneration, and really that kind of scope need to be there, that crew is developed, that other technical staff is developed. One more, this thing is, it is not only for carrying or carriage of goods and the passengers. Besides that, non-propelling vessels like drilling units, they are also included in it, because coastal, by way you are encouraging trade out of coast. So coastal trade, if it is to take place and really it has to progress the way it is being designed, then these are the things where we have to, I think government will be giving much more attention than what is only come out by way of this legislation. And once it is done, then I think we will be at par, or we should have an objective that India would be one of the best, or internationally, that we compete with foreigners, we compete with advanced countries, and that kind of infrastructure be built and the encouragement be given. Thank you, madam. I support this bill.
Dhanyavad. Report of the Business Advisory Committee, Honorable Sri Arjun Ram Meghwalji.
Honorable Madam, with your permission, I rise to present the 9th report of the Business Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Honorable members, Srimati Shupriya Sulaji.
Thank you, ma'am. I stand here on behalf of the Nationalist Congress Party, SP, to speak on the coastal shipping bill. So as mentioned by my earlier colleagues, that India has had a history of maritime trade and a strong naval fleet for generations. Be it Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, be it the Chola dynasty, be it the Pandyan dynasty. These are several dynasties which initially, whenever history is written about the maritime gods and the trade, these are huge contributions which actually made our global trade much closer and effective. While this happened in India's history, then came modern India under the leadership of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And then Maharashtra has a long coastal route, as you say, which is connected to other states in the south. And in our long coastal line that we have, we in Maharashtra had the JNPT, which is one of the finest ports in India. We have Port Trust, which is a very old but a very effective port in Maharashtra, in Mumbai. And we have the new Vadhavan port, which is coming in Maharashtra, which we discussed just last week. I appreciate the efforts of the Honorable Minister, but I have noticed that every week he comes up with one bill. I request him that if he brings a large consolidated bill of making effective changes in his ministry, it will make a larger impact on this maritime trade that this government is trying to bring in. I would like to make few suggestions to the Honorable Minister and ask him a few questions for clarification of the industry as well. That there was a 1838 and a 1958 Vessels Act, which talked about regulation, safety, security, pollution, prevention. Now, while he is covering all these points and consolidating several of these issues every week in his mantralaya, in his department, I request him that he should even make sure that every fisherman, because we just debated a lot of fishery, dairy, allied businesses and agriculture today. So the fishermen have to be protected and looked after every time we do any kind of this. My colleagues sitting here from the DMK, I know how much they suffer every time. When some fisherman by default goes across the border, he has no clue, there are really no borders there. And how they are caught, punished. So I think while we have policies for port and maritime trade, we must be very, very sensitive to the fishermen of this country, which are very critical part of an economy of this country as well. They do participate in the growth of this country. Just because they don't have a loud voice, that doesn't mean, or they don't create crores of infrastructure, that doesn't mean they don't deserve a voice in this house that we are standing on. I would like to ask them a few questions, which we need to seek clarification, ma'am. Streamlining of licensing in these procedures. I appreciate the efforts of the government to bringing the foreign and the Indian vessels together on the same thing. But while you are bringing this great introduction by using technology, I would like to ask that will there be a license which will be approvals or rejections in a timeline manner? So if you're using so much technology, it has to be very effective and it has to be time bound. Only then this industry would really grow. Nobody wants harassment. The second thing is they've used the word services. Now in services, after GST has come, there are various services. The income tax bill, which we have in the, all of us, several of us in this committee, there is a word service. GST has a word service. Every industry has the word service. Now this also they brought in a service. So while there is taxation and services, the definition of the word services must be totally uniform in all these cases is something that the government must clarify. And if they haven't done it, I urge them to bring it under one meaning in every bill and make sure it is the same everywhere. So there is no confusion in any industry. Next thing is modernization and digital integration. Now they have talked about making a database. With so much technology, it is so easy. But this real data name, it has to be analytical driven and make sure that policy making and investments in this industry have to be tracked. Because most young people who are looking for jobs are always confused. They don't know where to apply. Even if they apply, the skilling is not good enough. There's always upgrading of skills required with so much change in technology. So be it policy or employment, what is the specific intervention this government is doing, they must clarify. While just last week, my colleague and friend Kani Moliji talked about extensively during question hour about environmental safeguard. She herself comes from a constituency which has a very big port, which was mentioned by my colleague earlier. Now, the whole thing is decarbonization efforts for making sure there is no or less pollution. I won't say no pollution because that's not possible. It's too idealistic to expect that. But can we not work towards making it a zero pollution business and making sure that the fuels in this entire shipping industry are clean? India has a huge ammonia efforts that we have. We have a lot of ammonia. Is it possible to integrate it, which is an international demand? From January, I'd like to just quote this. From January 1st, 23, all ships must comply to an International Maritime Organization's energy efficiency existing shipping index and a carbon intensity indicator. I think this is very, very critical. And she also, Kani Moziji also talked about it in the question hour. So I think we need, while you're making these policies, environment has to be at the center of any growth of any great infrastructure project in this country. Conflict resolution, Professor Roy talked about it. I will not repeat it, but I'd like to make a small point. What he has suggested, I'd like to reiterate that the Director General is going to be made in charge of all this policy. Will it be too much consolidation of power in one place? So I'd like to reiterate what Professor Roy has said, that please rethink it. It's not that we don't mistrust anybody, but to consolidate energy in one place may not be the idealistic situation in any business for that matter. The other small point is that ease of doing business. This government constantly talks about ease of doing business. So they have used the word penalties, restrictions. These are not words anybody likes in a growing economy anywhere in the world. So I urge them, like we have made in other laws, that you either give them a first warning, second warning, and third warning, or even a case which my colleague Krishna, I may not have agreed with his entire speech, but I do value the intervention that he made, that if there is an industry which is suffering and if somebody has a penalty and for 9 months, somebody who has really not done anything wrong has to suffer, the business suffers, and not only the business or the owner suffers, thousands of stakeholders of that company suffer who are very poor and hardworking and honest citizens of the state. So while you are talking about penalties and ease of doing business, I think this government must focus. Don't put fear in. Even in taxation, I spoke in my finance bill, don't put fear in the industry. Investors are honest. Indians by nature are honest. So don't threaten them or bring fear, be it income tax, be it in GST. We don't want tax terrorism or any policy to scare investors. If you are making policies, make them people friendly. Show people that you have faith in them, and Indians will deliver superior results, and make sure it's India's growing economy, which they want from the fifth to the third to the first. We are very happy if they reach by 47, 57, or whichever year they want to go into. But these are all idealistic things on paper. I think they need to walk the talk for making sure that they are good in ease of doing business. And the last small point for good investors in India operation and shipbuilding, there are 3 very serious interventions this government needs to make. Is make sure that's a good and easy tax policy, make sure there's good access to credit and easy access to credit, and the infrastructure support that governments need to go and encourage maritime trade. I again take this opportunity. I appreciate all the good work done by the very honorable minister, but if he consolidates it, I think he'll be far more effective. He is effective, but he'll be far more effective if he consolidates all his bills together. Thank you.
Honorable Member Sri Ravindra Vaikar ji.
इस बिल के ऊपर बोलते कहते हुए छत्रपति शिवाजी.
Madam, while speaking on the bill, the father of Indian Navy, I must say, was Chhatrapati Shivaji. In our country, the first significance of ocean was realized by Chhatrapati Shivaji. As a result of this thought, he constructed his forts, his army in the coastal areas. In Mumbai, Port Trust is a trust from where we conduct our sea operations, business operations, transactions all over the world. A new port is going to be started in Maharashtra. One is going to be Wadwan, which will be one of the very important ports. I extend my thanks to you that you have given me opportunity to speak on the Coastal Shipping Bill 2024-25. It is a revolutionary step. India is a country having 7,500 kilometers of coastal region. So the country is having ocean in its 3 parts, and it can become a foundation for all coastal activities. Around 40-45% of trade takes place through coastal areas, and it will become cost-effective, eco-friendly transport options for us. This bill will make India as a logistic hub in the world. The Coastal Shipping Bill 2024 will enable the Indian vessels to park in the coastal areas, and the foreign vessels shall have to take license from the Director General of Shipping. So if they see their safety and security, we also need to see our safety and security. So this permission has to be taken. And in the provision 5, which talks about the disciplined, transparent coastal business, under this provision, National Coastal and Inland Shipping Strategy Plan has been started, and this is going to become a roadmap, a long-term roadmap for the shipping operations in business and transaction. The Merchant Shipping Act 1958, Part 14, is going to be done away with, and all kinds of vessels or ships may they be motorized or sailing vessel or mechanical, they will come under the purview of this bill. Research, exploration, commercial activities shall also be included in this washing trader facility. This will be very important, and it will make arrangements for the fact that if a shipping is under the Indian ownership, it will not need any license. So this gives permission for ease of doing business. Without a license, if any transaction takes place, then it will be under proper law, rules, and regulations. Up to 15 lakh rupees of penalty or even 4 times can be imposed on the erring person. So if we have committed a mistake, we shall have to be penalized for that mistake. This can stop there is a rule which can stop the ships, and this is also related to maritime ships, and it also shows the commitment of the government, and there are many important achievements made by the government.
After June 2014, Indian water, there's 20% increase, and it is ensuring the transportation of goods. And sir, as a development fund, 25,000 crore rupees has been arranged, which will be 49% share of the government, and all other contribution from the major ports, PSAs, and financial institutions and private entitled will be giving that. So it has to be helped out. We also have given contribution, and others also will be the participants. In shipping finance policy too, under that 18,990 crore rupees will be given to the ministry, and it will be given to strengthen them. And this objective is to make CPR to an international level of international standard. And to Mumbai International Cruise will be organized, which will be giving the tourism base and maritime infrastructure will be strengthened further. And it's a commitment of government also that 150 maritime projects will on 6 September 2025 by the time will be completed, and it will be in timeline. And example of this great thinking, and it's going to be revolutionary change. So its importance is this, that the logistics cost will be lessened, and definitely in this domestic production and GDP of 13 to 14%, it will be helping. 8.9 it will be there. And Honorable Chairman Sir, coastal shipping, especially coal and steel and cement, will be good for the railway and other transportation. It will be better mode of transportation, and this bill is from coastal shipping is a model processing, and this will definitely reduce the cost of transportation, and definitely will have more competitive spirit. But in this bill, some important aspects are there which can be improved further. Minister sir, and through this, first of all, we have to learn from the countries that on coastal shipping, those countries have brought into their transportation system. They have integrated this as America's Judicial, and similarly Indian battleship and Indian other things are going to be ensured. And Japan and Australia kind of countries are having multimodal connectivity. We can learn from them that coastal shipping, like road transportation, how they can link. After this linking, we'll definitely have more improvement in the trade. And secondly, this bill is how is this that coastal shipping on that this sailors will be employed compulsorily, and this will talk about the Atmanirbhar or self-sufficient India. So maritime job employment is required that on the ships. Indian citizens may be given the priority as sailors. And thirdly, domestic ownership and operators financially, they are bearing the burden, especially from tax and operational costs. They are having a great cost. If long-term shipping is required, ecosystem is prepared, then these challenges must be eradicated. Tax and regime should be simplified further, and vessel financing is to be made cheaper or easier available. And this in this model share of 6.4% is our share in the Japan, Australia is 30% or more. So definitely road transportation, pollution, logistics cost is rising on the roads, and cargo movements in India has to be improved. We have to make it compulsory so that the Indian shipping may be strengthened further, and like foreign dependence is lessened. India's logistics cost as of now, GDP 13% to 14% is there, while in global level, I'm just giving suggestion, madam, that
मेरे 3 सुझाव ये
there are 3 suggestions only. These ports are to be modernized, and even the port privatization with this technique and modernization is required, and this will definitely move the capacity, time will be saved, and the cost will be lesser. On this coastal transportation is required to be enhanced. For this policy is required with this role, and other transportations will be lessened, and definitely will improve the pollution standards and the international maritime connectivity, and this linking of this rivers is a very good transportation is going to be, and logistics infrastructure also will be improved through this, and this port should be connected through rail lines and other transportations of roads, so that this goods can be transported easily, and this skill development is required through this. I conclude, madam, that you allowed me to speak. Thank you.
Sadasya Kumari R. Sudhaji.
Thank you, Speaker sir, for the opportunity. I represent a core stage of a famed historically significant Coromandel coast of a great Cholas. My Mailaduri Parliament constituency alone has a 50-kilometer of core coast, which once used to be among the top fishing destination. Even now, besides fishing community, Mailaduri has such historically renowned ports like Tarangambadi, Pumbugar, Payar of Sirgari. Places like Karekal and Kodikarai and Nagapatna are not far away. So I represent a critical stretch of our coast, which has been neglected for long and for which this government does not have any plan to develop. First of all, here are the salient features of bill under debate. The Coastal Shipping Bill 2024 was introduced in the Lok Sabha on December 2nd, December and 2024. Territorial waters extend up to 12 nautical miles from the coast, about 22 kilometers. Adjoining maritime zones extend up to 200 nautical miles, about 370 kilometers. The bill seeks to regulate all types of vessels, including ships, boats, sailing vessels, and mobile offshore drilling units, regardless of them being self-propelled or not. The bill expands this definition to include provision of services including exploration, research, and any other commercial activities except fishing. The Coastal and Inland Shipping Strategy Plan. The bill requires the central government to prepare a national coastal inland shipping strategy plan within 2 years of the commencement of this act. My sincere concerns stem from only a couple of provisions, which are: number 1, bringing all the vessels, sailing vessels, under the ambit of this law. Secondly, mobile offshore drilling units under the ambit of this law. Sir, the bill lays down too much of importance of power and regulatory jurisdiction of the union government and less importance of the people who own, manage, and run the vessels for general welfare and development of the nation. I request this August House ask itself as to What has been done to help develop ports like Tarangambadi, Pumbugar and Parayar and Sirgari, unless berthing capacity, cargo handling capacity and repairing facilities are created and improved in these ports. This bill will mean a little or nothing to my constituency, in particularly the Tamil Nadu in general. I would like to know that what budgetary allocation and policy proposals are there for my constituency. The next important issue is the offshore drilling, which are notoriously high from my Mailadure constituency, right up from to the ecological Froggill Gulf of Mannar. Even in this latest report, the union government had admitted that it had either granted or was considering offshore drilling permission for private companies as well as public sector undertaking. Such joint destruction of my Coromandel coastal stretch along my constituency and began is impermissible for social, political, economical and environmental reasons. I seek to know if the key stockholders who are the fisherman community has been consulted before these provisions are drafted and placed before the August House for the debate. Speaker, Madam, this government has three enemies. One is farmers, another one is weavers, another is fishermen. It has done nothing for these three communities which have given India its identity in the commitment of the nations. Of course, your other bias against the women, underprivileged communities and social justice will make the issue only worse. I want this House to first debate what is the amendment proposed to do for fishermen. Whether the fisherman community has been consulted before it is drafted and then cleared for the further proceedings. Madam, in my Mailadure constituency in Tamil Nadu, there are 14 districts or coastal districts. 1076 kilometer coastal line. கடல் பகுதிகள் அந்த கடல் பகுதிகள்
618 villages are there in Mailadure district, Sirgali, Pumbugar and state constituency is there, and more than 6,000 fishermen families are there. 15,000 fishermen, their lives, they are only depending on their fishing. They are doing their work very honestly. What is the situation of the fishermen when they are venture into the sea? They are tortured by the Sri Lankan Navy, and their boats are snatched by the Sri Lankan Navy. They were arrested. So the illegal activities are done by the Sri Lankan Navy. So it is against the Indian fishermen. So Tamil Nadu fishermen are suffering. They have to see they are as a Indian fisherman, not a Tamil fisherman. It is a bad example because already I expressed my question also. The answer is the Indian fishermen. Wherever the Indian fishermen were captured, Dubai, Pakistan, and everywhere Indian fishermen were arrested, and their lifestyle were in a very misery. And this is the situation. Indian government is the duty to protect the fishermen.
These bills are being introduced. If the fishermen are not there, there will be no coastal area, and there will be no trade, no port trust there if the fishermen are not there. And this government is not concerned about the fishermen. If they are not concerned about them, and the fishing community will become extinct. There are more than 3 crore and more fishermen in our country. 20 lakhs people are into fishing. This cash, goods and carriage, ports and shipping bills, several bills are being passed in this house, but the livelihood of fishermen should be protected. We are not doing anything for protecting their livelihood. This is the matter of great concern. For at the toll gate, you are made to pay more toll at toll gates for going from one place to another. 75 rupees, which was the toll, it has been doubled as 150 rupees. This is a very pathetic situation. And from morning to evening, till his sleep, he has to pay. One person has to pay tax and tax and tax, and you are just sucking all the money. You are taking away all the economy, and they are being put into poverty. When you go to ATM machine once or twice, you can take free ATM transaction, and if it goes beyond that, 23 rupees for per ATM transaction, if it is charged, it is per day food, the cost of food for a person, and you are taking away that amount. You are taking away this money from the pocket of the people of our country. You are just looting the amount. This Indian government has become like that. VOC fought against the British government, and he made the Indian vessel to ply on the seas, but he wanted self-dignity, and he fought against the British, and he wanted to protect India by owning an Indian vessel. But this Indian government is not in favor of our fishermen. It is more than the British government, which is taxing the people every day and night. And this is injustice. Just please stop this taxing the people. And beyond that, there are several issues mentioned in this bill. That are being discussed. 3 crore fishermen, not even a single consultation process was held with these 3 crore people. This is injustice. And for evaluation,
competency licensing from foreign countries which are white flag nations. Madam, all the Indian officers and engineers who got their competency license from foreign countries which are white flag nations, that is England, Singapore, New Zealand, etc., as per IMO, International Maritime Organization, should be given an opportunity to work on Indian coastal ships. It has been observed that there is shortage of highly trained officers and engineers to work on ship like coastal tankers. So Indian national who have taken competency certificates from white flag nations can be employed on these vessels. Presently, rules and regulations are in the places, but it has been reported that lot of difficulties are being faced by owners and authorities recruiting agency in getting the certificate of equivalence. Madam, 1 minute, I complete. In maritime marine department, mercantile marine department. So amendments need to be done so that these Indian officers and engineers transition from working in foreign shipping to coastal shipping is easy. Coastal shipping will get a lot of benefits from the experience and highly skilling training of these and these safe years. Class 3 member, madam, one, I conclude within 1 second. I complete. I conclude. Class 3, this class prohibits the engagement of vessel other than Indian vessel.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Madam, for giving me an opportunity to speak on coastal shipping bill. I have risen to speak to support coastal shipping bill 2024. Indian shipping industry is crucial part of our economy, involving both public and private players, and encompasses of port, shipping, and waterways. India's location is crucial for global shipping routes. India has 12 major ports and 205 minor ports handling large volumes of cargo traffic. In 2024,
They handle 817.97 million tons of cargo, showing an increase of 4.5% from previous year. Madam, India's maritime industry dates back to 13th century and 16th century. India is one of the world's top 5 shipping recycling countries and holds as large as 30% share in the world market. India ranks 18th in the world shipping tonnage. 16th, India is the 16th largest maritime country in the world and has a merchant fleet of 1,491 sea-going ships with a total capacity of 13 million GT. अगर ports होंगे,
If ports are there, then ships will be there. And if ships are there, shipping industry will be there.
24 was approved by the Indian Cabinet, which aims to simplify and modernize regulation in Indian coastal shipping sector and to enable the statutory imposition of specific licensing conditions engaged in coastal trade, thereby promoting the regulation of such activities and boosting the domestic coastal shipping economy. The bill will also benefit ship owners and shipyards in India, non-vessel operating common carriers and cargo owners besides seafarers. It will repeal and replace certain provisions of the Merchant Shipping Act 1958 and aims to enhance the share of coastal shipping from the current 6.5% to 7.5% by 2030 and further to 12% by 2047. The bill is set to benefit ship owners, shipyards in India, non-vessel operating common carriers, cargo owners and seafarers. Additionally, Indian shipbuilding is expected to receive a significant boost as the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways officially indicate that the bill will promote the use of Indian-built ship for coastal shipping and trade. The Modi government has encouraged and supported shipping industry through various policy initiatives such as 100% FDI in automatic routes for port, facilitating 10 years tax holiday in making and maintaining for ports, and creation of huge fund of 25,000 crore maritime development fund for long-term financing for the maritime industry. India has a coastline of 7,516 kilometers. Shipping industry accounts for 13.4% in country's GDP growth. It handles about 95% of the country's trade by volume and 70% by value. The government plans to invest rupees 7,000 crore only in port infrastructure project by 2035 to bolster the maritime sector. Sir, इससे पहले भी मोदी जी ने अगले साल
Similarly, Modi ji brought Indian Port Bill, and it is very interesting that Indian Port Act was also passed in before independence, and Modi ji did it, rectified it, but Congress did not take any initiative. Initially, additionally, other
Maharashtra, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Odisha. These clusters will not only generate employment opportunities but also bolster India's position as a global hub for ship manufacturing and maintenance. The bill also seeks to integrate the coastal maritime transport with inland waterways. Sir, madam, Congress never invented and invested in ports and shipping. Madam, with your kind permission, I may recall that on June 1924, the Modi government approved plans to invest over 800 billion rupees in the construction of Vadhavan Port located in North Mumbai, which is going to be one of the top ports in the world in future. Madam, it is also heard that to boost the shipping industry of India, the government is planning to establish a new shipping company to expand its fleet by at least 10,000 ships in the next decade. ये है मोदी का विजन और मिशन.
This is the vision of Modi ji.
24, Modi government announced new shipping financial assistance policy, providing financial aid of rupees 337 crore to enhance India's competitiveness against foreign shipyards. Since the inception of the policy, 313 vessels orders worth rupees 10,000 crore has been secured. Our Gujarat has also a vast coastline of 1,600 kilometers, which has 3 ports Kanla, Mudra, and Hajira, which has great potential if developed to generate employment and fisheries business in the state. Hajira near Surat is the less developed, and I demand that some fund may be provided for development of Hajira fund. Apart from that, seashore is near to Surat, Dimmas, and Dhapari and Dandi. These three shores, if developed fully and if provided fund, then they have great potential for the fishermen of the city. The proposed bill is a key component of India's comprehensive strategy to accelerate the growth of its maritime sector. The country aims to double its container handling capacity within the next 5 years, potentially creating an estimated 20 lakh jobs. By fostering a more favorable regulatory environment, the bill is expected to play a pivotal role in achieving these ambitious goals. Additionally, the government plans to establish shipbuilding, repair clusters in 5 states. These clusters will help to boost development. This bill is unique in the sense of licensing reforms, integration with inland waterways. It will also boost comprehensive database development for the shipment, and most importantly, boost seafarers and shipbuilding in the country. To conclude, the bill represents a transformative step towards revitalizing India's maritime industry by simplifying processes, reducing bureaucratic hurdles, and fostering a more business-friendly environment. By introducing standardized and expedient clearance, the bill mechanism and simplifying regulation, it aims to make the sector more attractive to operators and investors. It will attract FDI and foreign investment in the future. The removal of licensing reforms will streamline coastal shipping operations, enhancing efficiency and cost effectiveness, while driving growth and investment in the industry. Ultimately, this reform will boost the competitiveness of India's coastal shipping sector, improving its global standing and creating new opportunities for innovation and expansion. In all, I support the shipping bill, which will carry the India towards developed Viksit Bharat to 2047 mission of Narendra Modi.
धन्यवाद. माननीय सदस्य श्री एम गुरुमूर्ति जी.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for allowing me to discuss on the Coastal Shipping Bill 2024, madam. I would like to highlight its transformative potential for India's maritime sector by emphasizing its key positives, madam. Madam, Clause 4 of this bill simplifies regulatory process, madam, by allowing the Director General to grant license for costing trade, madam. Madam, it encourages more domestic operators to engage in coastal shipping and boosting domestic shipping activities, madam. Madam, Clause 8 of 2B integrates coastal shipping with inland waterways, madam. It creates a seamless multimodal transport network, madam. This enhances connectivity and reduces transportation costs, benefiting both domestic and international trade, madam. In Clause 8 of 2F promotes the use of Indian-built vessels, supporting domestic shipping and repair industries, madam. This clause of 8.2F fostering self-reliance in maritime infrastructure, and it created jobs, madam. In Clause 9 of this bill, established a national database for coastal shipping to ensure transparency and aid in information sharing, madam. This enhancing transparency and facilitating better decision making, madam. These provisions collectively aim to modernize India's maritime sector, promote domestic participation, and enhance national security through the robust coastal fleet, madam. Madam, I would like to seek clarification from the Honorable Minister for the following questions, madam. On Clause 3, how will the statutory imposition of different licenses conditions on foreign vessels affect international trade and foreign investment, madam, especially considering this clause which prohibits foreign vessels from engaging in costing trade without a licenses, madam. Madam, on clause 15 and 25, will the stringent penalties introduced disproportionately affect smaller business persons, madam? And if so, what measures can be taken to mitigate this impact, madam? On clause 37, how will the government ensure consistent enforcement of the law under this clause, which allows for exemptions and delegation of power to prevent favorism or uneven application of laws, madam? On clause 8 2b, what steps will be taken to ensure the seamless integration of coastal shipping with inland waterways as proposed in this clause to maximize its benefits for domestic trade and in especially states like Andhra Pradesh, which has second longest coastal line, and we took major strides to developing new ports and harbors, madam. On the environmental compliance, how will the integration of environmental standards under the bill be enforced, and what specific measures will be taken to ensure compliance, madam? Thank you, madam. I support this bill, madam.
धन्यवाद. माननीय सदस्य श्री सुधाकर सिंह जी. श्री सुधाकर सिंह जी.
सभापति महोदया.
Madam Chairperson, I am here to oppose the Coastal Shipping Bill 2024. It looks like that bill lacks the farsightedness. It appears that this bill only furthers the central government's centrist tendencies to grab all the powers. I wish to emphasize that I am not against the modernization of laws related with the coastal shipping. I just want that these laws should be more democratic and participatory. Government claims that this bill will accelerate the shipping sector, but reality is that despite 100% FDI in this sector, there is no acceleration in this area. It appears that all these things are happening due to a policy paralysis which still exists despite this bill. There is no attempt to prioritize Indian fishermen. It talks about the creation of employment, but it nowhere tells that Indian people would be prioritized in the employment generation. If government is really serious about this, then at least 50% of the employment in this area should be reserved for Indian origin. Many young people from India are working abroad in multiple global shipping agencies, and they are really talented. We get to hear many a times that Indian people are found on hijacked ship in belonging to foreign owners. This bill talks about framing a shipping framework, policy framework in international and global framework, but this does not talk about how participatory it would be and how would it take clue from local stakeholders. This bill appears to be completely bereft of any concern or participation by local realities. It is not talked at all. Government is talking about ease of doing business and reducing the cost of logistics, but this bill totally ignores the river trade, especially in the states like Bengal, where this can be really beneficial. In Bihar, there are 7 rivers: Gagra, Gangadak, Kosi, Son River. These are rivers flowing in Bihar, but these are national waterways, and waterways are ignored. Some of these waterways are one of the few of the 111 waterways of India, and it also connects to Nepal, and it may facilitate the international trade. And as far as sea route is concerned, we had an agreement with Nepal, and this could be possible only through these rivers only. So unless we connect these rivers, we cannot go for sea trade with Nepal. Ganga River is the part of National Waterways 1, which connects Allahabad to Haldia. It wades through Pashchim Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, and many other districts. This is a very ambitious waterways project aimed at changing the business scenario in Bihar. As far as present data says, this waterway number 1, the freight cost is 1.3 rupees per kilometer, whereas through railway it is more than 2 rupees, and through waterways, river waterway, it costs around 3 rupees, whereas through road it is around 4 rupees. So these figures tells a story tell a story, and waterways, if used for transportation, then it reduces the cost with less polluting, it is a less polluting means of conveyance, where states like Bihar, where employment is scarce and industrialization is needed, such what promotion of such waterways is important. We have seen that through Ganga, fertilizers are being supplied to till Patna, and even to Varanasi. The spare parts of vehicles are being supplied. Ganga and Kosi and these rivers can be developed at global waterways. It would benefit the nearby areas like Bihar. But for such projects, deep river streams and cooperation among agencies are required. This is not possible in the absence of a solid policy framework. This bill again lacks that policy frameworks. Bihar and other areas, the farmers of these areas produce a lot of things, but these things cannot be exported due to lack of waterways. These things should be taken care of. Every year, Bihar is flooded by its river. If these rivers are managed well, then Bihar can flourish. The rivers like Kosi and etc., their you know flood causing tendencies can be turned into constructive employment generating streams. We need to frame policies, and we need continuous management, river management, traffic control, and embankment solidification, etc. are required. Supol, Saharsa, Katihar, Araria, Madhupura, these are the areas which are flood affected districts, and these can be converted into logistics parks, and freight can be carried through river. It does not only save money and time, it also encourages strength and in economy in local areas. These are the rights of people of Bihar. Right laws should be framed in these areas. These are the laws which are required by India, not this hollow legislation. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री टी उदय श्रीनिवास जी।
Honorable Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Coastal Shipping Bill 2024, a crucial step towards unlocking India's immense maritime potential. Despite having a 7,500 kilometers coastal line and key access to global shipping routes, coastal shipping accounts only 7% of India's total freight movement. This is a missed opportunity, especially when coastal shipping is 60 to 70% cheaper than the road transport and 30 to 40% cheaper than the rail transport. Strengthening this sector can help reduce India's high logistic cost of 14 to 15% of GDP compared to the global average of 8 to 10%. The Coastal Shipping Bill 2024 stands as a cornerstone reform designed to regulate, modernize, and revitalize India's coastal shipping industry. One of its most significant provisions is the expansion of the definition of coasting trade. Beyond just transports of goods and passengers, it now includes vital services such as offshore exploration, research, and commercial activities. This is a game changer because nearly 50% of Indian flagged vessels operate in the offshore sector. By bringing them under a structured regulatory framework, this bill will attract investment, enhance operational safety, and strengthen India's position in offshore oil, gas, and maritime services. Additionally, this bill eliminates licensing requirements of Indian-owned vessels, removing bureaucratic hurdles and making operations more seamless. This is an essential reform because today, only 1.2% of global shipping tonnage is registered under the Indian vessels, far below our economic potential. Prioritizing Indian-built and Indian crude vessels will create thousands of jobs for our Indian seafarers and reduce our reliance on the foreign flagships. Sir, this reform is not just economic. It is about protecting our people. India is the third largest provider of seafarers globally, contributing nearly 10% of maritime workforce. At most, Indian seafarers are employed on foreign-owned vessels, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation. Disturbingly, India recorded the highest number of abandoned seafarers in 2024. To safeguard our maritime workforce and ensure stable employment, this bill can incorporate provisions to mandate minimum quota of Indian seafarers and Indian flag vessels. Honorable Speaker, a key feature of this bill is establishment of National Coastal and Inland Shipping Strategic Plan, aimed at integrating our 14,500 kilometers of inland waterways with coastal shipping. This integration is essential to make maritime transport a cost-effective and efficient mode for goods and passengers. However, this vision cannot be realized without better maintained waterways. Sir, in the past 5 years, not even a single capital dredging project has been undertaken by the Inland Waterways Authority of India. Only maintenance dredging has been carried out. If we truly want to unlock the potential of our waterways, we must invest in large-scale planned capital dredging to ensure navigational depth and modernize India's dredging fleet with advanced technology. This bill lays the foundation for a coastal fleet which is owned and operated by Indian citizens. But truly realize this vision, we must build a fleet that is built, owned, and operated by Indians. Strengthening our domestic shipbuilding industry is critical. The government has already taken commendable steps such as the revamped shipbuilding financial assistance policy, the Maritime Development Fund of 25,000 crore, the establishment of shipbuilding clusters in 5 coastal states, including Andhra Pradesh. However, to maximize this impact of these initiatives, they must be expanded. My constituency, Kakinada, is the ideal location to drive growth of this sector. With its natural deep water port, strategic location, and well-developed industrial infrastructure, Kakinada is primed to becoming a leading shipbuilding hub. If we channel the right investments and policy support, Kakinada can be at the heart of the India shipbuilding renaissance. Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, the NDA government is charting a new course for India's maritime future. Through bold reforms and strategic initiatives, you are not just boosting coastal shipping, but transforming India into a self-reliant maritime powerhouse, which is built on Indian ships driven by Indian talent and sailing towards global leadership. I conclude by extending my full support to the Coastal Shipping Bill 2024. Thank you, Madam. Jai Hind.
धन्यवाद. माननीय सदस्य श्री राजा राम सिंह जी.
Sabhapati, Madam Chairperson, this bill states it aims relating to regulation of coastal shipping, promote coasting trade, and encourage domestic participation therein to ensure that India is active to a coastal fleet owned and operated by the citizens of India for its national security and commercial needs, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. मैं इस बिल के विरोध में I am here to speak against this bill because there is a model called PPP, Public-Private Partnership, the privatization of public properties, and now this has turned into a 4P through this bill, that is public players. Through this bill, privatization of public properties has been attempted, and for private benefit, countries' interests are being sold. Recently, Venugopalji spoke about it, that from Haldia to Kerala port, gradually one person is gaining the monopoly, and through this bill, it seems that this monopoly is being ensured. There is no check on this monopoly, neither in terms of fair control or suppose in terms of drug control. In all these aspects and many other illegal things, there is no provision in this bill to check these nefarious activities and to control the monopoly. Actually, they term private profit as national interest. So, as in medieval ages, kings run various vessels in olden times. Similarly, in present time, this parliament is being handed over, or these aspects related with shipping to private hands, and this is really very unfortunate that we are bringing this amendment after 75 years of independence. It appears that this is a big task adding to the national independence, but in reality we are going to hand over everything in the private hands. That's why I oppose it vehemently. Thank you.
धन्यवाद माननीय सदस्य। माननीय सदस्य श्री के नबस्कानी जी।
நன்றி மாண்புமிகு அவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே.
Thank you, respected Chairman, sir. This in this bill about harbors and ship transport, I thank you for giving me the opportunity. Our Tamil people, even thousands of years ago, Rajaraja Chola have gone to Vienna, Vietnam, Laos, and to different other countries. He was also given a nickname of Kadaram Kodan because he had such a great fleet. Similarly, Vivo Chidambaram also bought ships, and he threatened the British monopoly in that. Like this, in the harbor management, the Tamil people are very well known, and they were great. In those times, there were over 20 harbors that were functioning very well. Through that, we were doing trade to different other countries. Today, except one or two, all the other harbors are not used. We are creating artificial harbors instead of not using the natural harbors. Nearly 5,000 crore fund has been given to Gujarat, but our harbors are closed now. Our minister, whether he is a minister for India or for Gujarat, we don't know. In Tamil Nadu, there are so many, from Kadalur to Nagapattinam in this coastal area, from Sirgali to Tondi. In those days, there were